Welcome back to Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're playing the first game of the Great Ace Attorney. Second game is going to come later because I think that this should be the last trial. With the way that the game has gone, I think that this game does not have double days and double trial days, so they don't elongate trials. Meaning that this will be the last trial of the first game, and we'll be having a break after that. Regardless, last time we investigated the death of Windybank. Windybank? Yeah, Windybank. The dude who tried to constantly put a gun to his head and say he was going to pop off. We're defending... her name is Gina Lestrade. And Susato has left us as she was forced to return to Japan due to complications with her father's health. Sad, and it seems like there's a lot of different moving pieces in this trial. There's those two people that showed up in the previous case, in the Soseki's case. And I don't know if they're ever going to come back, which is so weird for Ace Attorney. We're probably going to have a new jury. We're going to have to deal with Baron von Zeeks, whatever his deal is, whether he is killing people or not. Yeah, I guess that's that then. Let's continue on to our... Actually, let's see. Can we load the start of the chapter? Trial, yeah. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for all the rest of my days. 17th of April, 9 o'clock, half 9, in the morning. The Old Bailey's defendant's antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm Sota Sandare. I'm determined to prove your innocence today, and I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress. Susato, or whoever. However you say it, I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early in the morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like, go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't ever meet again one day. Even so, but you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Good morning, you too. Of course. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Meow. Ah, Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm could it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, I always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Their outlook on life, I guess. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and the carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? bad news is a weather report?
So I hope Susato made her train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on the way to the port.
Gosh, yes. To be fair, couldn't Susato really just move on one day less? Like, is it really so crazy to have one extra day here instead of, like, you know, it doesn't seem that crazy, does it? That Susato could just go the next day, right? I understand that her father is ill, but is it really insane for her to just say, I'm sorry, I need to be here for at least just one last day to make sure everything's okay? Right? Come on.
Alright then, what's the good news? Well, the rain forecast is to subside this afternoon. So even if the train's delayed, we should be able to make it up the time later. Well, that's good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's really.
If only all good news cancelled out the bad.
And look, the trial made headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder.
Ah, damn it! They're doing what I do in my stream highlight descriptions. I always try to do like some sort of alliteration or just a fun set of words to surmise something that happened in the stream. How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Runo will show everyone in the headline is nonsense.
I will?
Well then, in tomorrow's papers, the headline will be Discharged driver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo?
Oh, yes. Let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How's that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been added to court record. Oh, well, that's gonna be important, I suppose.
Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can.
Should recheck the court record stuff. Oh, we also got this that I didn't look into. So, case summary. Victim was found deceased on last scheduled omnibus of the day after stab wound to the abdomen. Details of victim, Mason Milverston. Huh. Occupation brickmaker, domicile East End of London. Trial summary: defendant Magnus McGilded, prosecuting attorney Lauren Baron van Zeeks, defense attorney Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitnesses' testimonies. However, the surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. There's Windy Bank.
Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. How awful. Virginia, I mean.
But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged driver is dauntless do-gooder, right?
Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps.
Protects planet?
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow. It's gonna be so great.
Okay. Is it gonna be... Yeah. Let's see what's on the back. As usual, we need to check the back.
There's a sensational story lower down in the front pages as well. Look. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old? Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they've been getting intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo?
No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Well. Nothing hidden, I see.
Yes, I see no hidden rule.
Iris's manuscript. Pawnbroker's ticket. Blood samples. Gina's representation papers. Pawnbroker's ticket and armband. Let's look at the armband with Iris here.
Oh, I've seen these letters like these before. They're called kanji, aren't they? So this is how you write your name in Japanese?
Actually, no, that's not my name at all.
Bruno, you know stealing is wrong, don't you?
Yeah. First of all, I inherited this off my best friend on his death. Second of all, if anyone had stolen it, it's you. You just grabbed it from me.
Everything's alright. You've gone very quiet all of a sudden.
It's a long story. Too long for now. We'll talk about it another time.
Those are the scales of justice, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Miss Susato says they symbolize equality and fairness of judgment.
But if it's a symbol they used by defense lawyers, shouldn't it at least be leaning a little to the not guilty side?
My thoughts exactly. Pretty sure he did make that. Oh god, words always elude me. He made that comment the first time we checked the armband.
I'll do what I can.
What?
Obviously, I don't know law like Susie does, but I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
I'm not sure if that big thing is comforting as you think it is, to be honest. But thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris? Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all about Shomes. Did they fix him up all right? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send his telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment that there's news. Of course, we all know it's Gregson.
Oh, right.
No Susato-san and no Mr. Shomes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Gina Lestrade, counsel for defense. The trial's about to begin. Yes, I. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then. Let's go, Gina, Iris.
Yeah, let's go with Gina, Iris.
Lead the way, Bruno.
Mm-hmm. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell that she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from the start to finish. That weapon... That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I've learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Ooh. And here we go. 17th of April, 10 o'clock in the morning. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, Gary Depp's on the stand. The jury. The maid from the first jury case is here. I hereby call this trial into order. This trial will determine the guilt of an innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I will now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zeets. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord.
Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances to which the court should be aware that you have led to this erratic behavior? On what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and the government.
Really?
Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it a little befuddling, Counsel.
I got my ass handed to me several times now. I must take recompense. Huh? Was that the word? I must gain my honor back. There are two types of people I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I'd have managed to work that out, thank you. Agnes McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. Really? That's still unfair, I feel like. If you know someone's committed a murder, I guess it makes sense for you not to want to. But I feel like there's still circumstances around it that gives you pause, right? I don't know. It's still unknown whether he did technically commit the murder. Because who's to say that's actually his Kurt? It could be Mason's Kurt. Right? And secondly, even more loathsome. Some wily scoundrels who masquerade as our allies only to effect the total betrayal in this final hour. Is it possible that he thinks that Rian Erskine is the one who's been sending dubious reports? Or, like, helping sabotage relations? In other words, the conference tricksters of those tiny islands in the far east, the Nipponese. What? Did he really just say that?
He means you now, Runa.
I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What on earth are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes was directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people?
An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the jury welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors.
Lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial.
Okay, pretty much 4 repeats. This guy's from the. This guy's literally the communist dude from the Burt incident. Or rather, he's the one that showed up on the paper that Shomes thought was us. And then he thought that the young girl was. So I already can see where this is going. This guy's new. Huh. He's a doctor now? She's back from the first jury trial. And she's back from the jury trial too. And Mr. Gary Deb's here. Former lieutenant of the British Army here. Don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it.
Okay, great. I don't understand it, but I have left it in here, there. It's not possible. Could I have? Oh, great. He left something inside someone.
Women indispensable in this society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Where it's
Women in this... Yes, this is the voice for her.
Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take the bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Okay. Something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just, I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. All of them, in fact. Almost all of them. Really? Funny coincidence like that do happen from time to time, do they? I had a feeling they were going to start recycling characters for the jurors. Because it's 6 jurors, meaning 6 new characters every jury trial, right? Makes sense. But it's quite strange. These jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe. Something tells me I'm being duped. Pretty much. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zykes. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there's never been more self-evident case of a cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died immediately. The prosecution presents a photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in instant death. Is it instant death when you get shot in the heart? And you're to blame. Sorry. I always feel like you still have some momentary movements, but I suppose you would die exceedingly fast. Since it would be like akin to kind of like a heart attack in a way, but only worse. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising directional trajectory. Fuck. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means that the victim was likely shot from someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Or he was shot from someone who was crouching. I don't know. Someone, like the accused, you might say. Oh! The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and the crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed. The court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Report made by Scotland Yard. And the crime scene. I'm going to be looking at those both in detail. Just in case you've added anything extra. Honestly, it is like making me realize that the cases in Phoenix Wright State's Attorney, there was so much more evidence. Autopsy report. Coroner, Mr. Stevens. Is that the doctor on the jury? I swear to Christ if it is. Because that would just be, you know, it would just be another case of biased witness or biased jury. Oh god, the words are still eluding me, but yeah. He would be insanely biased in saying, yes, I totally did mess with the body, but I know things that happened like this. Reporting Ryunosuke Naruhoda. I was trying to read his last name and his first name at the same time, Jesus. Details of the victim, Pop Windybank, pawnbroker, time of death, 1 o'clock to 1:30 in the morning. Post-mortem findings, single bullet found in the upper half of the victim's back. No visible signs of trauma.
Autopsy findings. Instant death from a posterior anterior bullet wound to the heart. I think that's how I say it. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising directional trajectory. Details of the victim, pop windy bank. Okay. And the crime scene picture. He got shot here. Look at that bullet wound. Ugh. He fell forward and he got shot in the back, meaning that if... I suppose it's going to be important pointing out which way he was facing, just like the first trial of the game. Now then, I ask the court to turn its attention to the plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. You know what, technically, now that I think about it, we're also a conflict of interest, being that we were the first responder, or like the person who called the police and had them come here, so technically we were the one who... And we were the one who found the body first. Right? So we are a conflict of interest. We have not really got the best of right to defend the person on trial. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that's the case since I've watched a lawyer play the Ace Attorney series, like when Maya got accused and Phoenix was a witness to the body. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned up to him. The windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop was found locked. In the sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand a gun which she used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's it then, is it? Nothing more to say.
Is that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway?
She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the East End, in the slums.
Oh, well, it's a matter of time before she gets blood on her hands then.
What are the jurors waiting for? So the girl's guilty as hell! We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Shut up. I want easy victory. I want winnies. My learned Ebony's friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Pretty sure you've laid out all the facts to this point, right? Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There are witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establish the truth.
The court will take the floor pans and the firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zykes.
Fucking fine. At once. Pawn shop and the gun. I put to his head every second of the fucking day. Right, the floor pans. Alright, there's not really much here besides this that was in the way. The gun belonging to the victim. Gina was holding it when she was found unconscious. There's signs of a single discharge. This is Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Windybank always used to keep his gun to hand at his shop counter.
Yes, but he only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand.
That's right, to keep all pawned articles that were in his care safe.
His one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Doesn't appear to be anything else to it. Oh, I'd get like a little special little thing for pointing at the camera. Alright. This isn't good.
I feel like the moon in here is already turning very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo.
I think that's because it is. Because it has. Time to get serious in my Sunday best. Let's begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on the 16th of April of this year. Yeah, I'm not sure you're going to be super happy to know that these two tried to kill someone. Witnesses state your names and occupations to the court.
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Shulking. Occupation, same. Same as him.
Should that be the voice? They've both got the Yorkshire accent, the same as Lestrade. So I can't really go for a Mario Luigi thing. I mean, I could try.
Name's Runo Skulkin.
Yeah, I'll do the Mario Bros. TV show. Mario.
Luigi. That ain't a football.
More Mario! I chiseled it.
Occupation's the same as him.
Bias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, that's what they call her. The three Skulkins brothers.
What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot.
God blimey, that was cold. Don't you know what we've gone through?
It's our older brother. Lost contact with him we have, so we've scoured every shady corner of the capital.
Then last night we came across you, and the very spit of the bloke. The very spit of the bloke. Oh, the bloke. I don't understand what the hell they're saying there. Ain't that right, Ringo?
He is Nash. He is. The very spit of him.
So we decided to... There's an item... So we decided that then what we was gonna do, we was gonna call you Big Bruv Skulky.
Come on, leave it out, you two.
Skulkin? And that's before he's run out of chips.
Well then, Inspector Skulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing on the witness stand.
The Skulking brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, for suspicion of theft and shooting a man.
Thieves, are they, these three?
No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with his lot. 2 nights ago, the two brothers illegally entered the establishment with the intent to burgle.
And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you mean to say, what extraordinary coincidence!
Indeed, my lord, while attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed the proprietor's murder.
They always love their crates, don't they?
Order! Order!
These various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings,
though they may naturally face trial in the near future.
With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain at the stand to keep these two gents straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mrs. Skulking, you are now testified to the court. That's Mama Luigi to you! Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Apply to! Happy to!
'Cause the skulking's never skulking.
Get out of it.
It's a stone, Luigi. You didn't make it.
We was walking down Baker Street in a couple hours of the gas door was ajar, see?
It was like some sign begging us to go in. It was...
But once we got inside, God blimey, lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room.
We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We were left at that place right after that. Nice and quiet. Sure.
A terrible coincidence, it would seem. It was precise moment these miscreants entered the property. An even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now. Of course, counsel, if you please.
No, he's not allowed because I want a easy win.
Counsel?
Yes.
What's the matter, Bruno?
Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies told by the pair in the stand. I know all of this is nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I just have to expose their testimony with for the pack of lies it is. Okay. Down Baker Street, though. See. The front door of Windy Banks was ajar, you say? What was the time of night? What time of night was this? See his picture. There it is. Must have been one, right, Ringo?
Yeah, I'd say so, right, Skulky?
How would I know? This place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside. It's true, ain't that right, Ringo?
I'm not sure, Nash. Seems to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Skulky, me old mucker?
Leave me alone. There's definitely a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured to open the establishment, the accused, Mrs. Gina Lestrade, Hillary, had to muzzle the gun trained on the unfortunate victim. Stop making testimony for them! That is complete conjecture. Perhaps, but a change is nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of the cold-blooded murder. Has he got a sword down here? Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. That's what happened? Yeah, Mama Luigi.
It was like that. Some sort of sign begging us for to go in, it was.
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo?
That they do, Nash, that they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as the whims of thieves, does it?
It weren't no whim.
Oh, wait.
It no rim. I'm dead sure of that.
It weren't, Nash. It weren't. Like we said at the time.
You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night. Like that. Nah, there was no two ways about it.
It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside.
They're not very good liars, are they?
Well, you can't deny it. It led us to the bloke who, what looks like our bruv.
I said, cut it out.
Those chips are getting chomping. They're getting a chomping today.
Once we got inside Club Lobby, we heard a gunshot in the back room.
A gunshot, you say? Just one? Are you sure about that?
Yep, just one, Governor. I can swear to that.
It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv?
The firearm was used by the victim himself.
I'm gonna start losing the voices of other characters by this point.
Yes, Mr. Windybank used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember.
When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Windybank always used to say he only kept one single bullet loaded.
It's true. I remember him saying that as well.
So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm that was used by the murder weapon.
Yes, my lord, we can.
And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused.
Wonderful.
Okay.
We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Good luck with the window. Do you mean the door between the wing shop and the storeroom?
If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps drawing would help.
Trying to make him as annoying as possible now.
Excluding the shop's entrance into the street, there's only one other door, that of the storeroom. 'Cause there was only one little lamp, old oil lamp burning. Not much to see by.
Yeah, here's the thing with voicing characters. You gotta do the voice and read, so you gotta like figure out what they're saying it in the voice at the same time. It's just difficult. Practice makes perfect though, right? I'll get better with time.
And the door was hidden behind the curtain and all.
That's right. When we arrived, the door was most certainly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door?
Eh?
Any normal petty thief would have run at the sound of a gunshot, I would think.
Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo.
Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose I have to say we ain't normal, eh?
Broadly speaking, humans respond in two different ways of hearing gunshots or scream. To scream... oh god, I don't even know what he said there. So broadly speaking, humans respond in two ways of hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see what might help. These gentlemen are the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Right. Somehow, I just proved that I was a coward that night.
Thank you, counsels.
So I believe that we all understood that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
We never done nothing, brother. We never took nothing. We left after that, nice and quiet. It's probably gonna be something to do with that. Maybe, Holmes. Is there, any evidence of Holmes getting shot? There is really no evidence of Holmes getting shot. That's shit. Should have at least a note of that. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was a bedlam soon as, weren't it?
It was, Nash, it was. Didn't have time to pull me dukes out me lady lockets.
So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nabbers we are, not burglars.
That we are, Nash. That we are. Never even pulled me dukes out me old lady lockets.
So you clearly like us to believe. Yeah, come again? As you flee from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire the gun at that person?
Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say?
Ah! Blimey, Governor!
You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway?
It was.
Why the bleeding aura?
Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And, as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Shomes. They shot the great Shomes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor back. The great Shomes, that's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in the possession. So, all that bullshit about there only being one firearm on the premises, only one bullet fired, that was all bullshit and you knew it. So you're actively lying to the court about what you know. Congratulations, Zeke. You're a fucking asshole. Ugh. Ah. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of having a shot being fired from it. Ooh. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. The remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, rounds counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
Skulking brother's gun has been entered into court record. Who's to say they didn't have another gun? There's two of them, so both of them have guns. One of them shot the person, the other person shot the air gun as they ran out. There you go. Solved it. Solved your fucking conundrum here.
Yes, there was only one shot fired at you, meaning that they didn't shoot anyone else.
Yeah, but the credibility as witnesses has easily been broken now that they're possible suspects for the crime, knowing that they've actually shot a gun that night. I'm sorry, but you're not going to tell the jury that they're... He's going to tell the jury that, and they're going to believe him. God damn it. So this ammunition still loaded in the 5 of his revolver, 6 cylinders.
Yes, which tells us but only one single shot was fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked through Windy Bank's door.
I'll make those brothers pay.
Bang!
Alright. Still more of a flintlock kind of look to it than this one has like a Gemini kind of. I can't even remember what the name of the gun's called. A Luthwager? Nah, I'm not even gonna try.
Now, my Liponese friend.
Yes.
Here's to your successfully presenting the evidence.
Yes, these are the telltale sounds of an ancient spent powder on this weapon. A single bolt was missed from the cylinder, but the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection.
Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Conflict of interest. However, the rest of us in the courtroom were not.
If the defense fails to provide evidence to support this rash claim... Okay, I wasn't the only person there. There were two other people, Hairlock and Susato.
We'll have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Evidence that proves these two fired the gun before they left Windy Bank's bank that night.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows the witnesses unloaded a firearm at the pawnbroker's shop last night?
Probably that. It's weird that we don't have the calendar on its own, but that's what I'm guessing it is. It really is weird that they just didn't give me the calendar on its own. But what can you expect? Anyway.
Take that.
The evidence is in this portfolio.
What on earth have you got there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains.
Not trusting the police to do their job as they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Oh, Japanese suck ass. Anime fucking sucks.
But well, anyways, we now analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in its portfolio.
And you claim to have evidence that the court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, counsel. Present the permanent evidence at once. Do you have in your portfolio that points out?
I wonder. Oh, it's this one. No, it's this one. I wonder which one it is.
Take that.
What is that? Explain.
It's a photographic print taken at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And do my eyes not deceive me? It appears that the bullet is still lodged there.
Yes, as your lordship noticed. The bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, and the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right, and while it's still irrefutable, the defense still believes... While it isn't irrefutable, the defense still believes that this is credible evidence to the witness did fire a round from the gun in the pawnbroker's that night.
Wah! Ah, wah, 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 wah. Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zykes?
Drunk as shit, my lord. Time to throw this away or crush it. It's this section of my learned friend wishes to take. The prosecution has no objections.
What?
Throw it away, because I'm so rich I can afford them. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chalice aside as disgust at this repugnant it disposes. Yes, on the night of the question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing into the streets.
Eh? Take it easy, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup.
We had a deal. You ain't gonna get into them details. Tell 'em, Sulky. Tell the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add.
So he knew, didn't he? Ben Sykes knew the testimony was also almost certainly would expose the extent of their crimes.
It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed one important fact.
What fact do you infer, Lord Van Sykes?
That it was shot into the calendar and not into the back of the victim. Done! And as established the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the other's gun. However, if that shot had found its target in Mr. Shomes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim.
Ah!
In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybank at all.
So that's it.
That's it! We had nothing to do with it!
We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder.
Quite a catalog.
Quite a catalog, eh, fellas?
We're in for it now, bruv.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective Herlock Shomes. It would seem that the man's patronized as the Lord Broker's pawnbroker in question somewhat irregularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Shomes appears to take great pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? What even is that?
It has the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has summarized, it's indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically takes a photograph of the interior of the establishment. And the idea being that if there was a thief who were to break into the shop, they would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs, the device, taken by the device at the night in question. 8 o'clock, half 8, 9 o'clock, 9, half 9. The court will observe obvious copious identical prints produced a quite desultory fashion. I don't care.
Rather prodigital, I feel. Prodigital, I feel.
In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court to the plans of the premises, the respective positions are here and here.
You say these cameras produce prints every half hour, but I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help in the anticipated thief's conduct his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One would could only pray that the would-be criminals linger, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught in camera. That's a bit of fair truck, eh, bro?
Lady Luck loves the skulk.
Witnesses, at this time did your trespassing begin?
Must have been after 1, right, bruv?
Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yep, just about gone one.
In which case, minutes before the brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
Good lord. This is the defendant. Gina Lestrade?
As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Quite. One can only easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
Wonderful.
I don't believe it, Ginny.
In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windybank.
Ah!
I say, my lord.
I say, my lord.
I say, my lord. I wonder if I might be able to put a word into this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. I took a bally bullet
In a beat knee at the Battle of Maiwand, 1880.
don't you know?
Decorated it, and all but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of the chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Foreman, then, what exactly is your point?
Carried on by the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of the daily life, you see. Like, as you like. I'm here now leading the Squall Squadron of 6 men, all good and true.
And we'll all go down together. You mark my words. One for all and all for one.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached their agreement, have they? What is we to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
In a matter of speaking, yes. That is the Garried Up Squadron's position, sir.
What? No! This is too soon to make a judgment here.
Status report of the court, men, on the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes before making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But, in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation's clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth is now undeniable. Stop.
I'm very sorry, brothers. They are unlucky.
Very well. You may now call upon each member of the jury to take to state his or her leaning in the matter. Announce the considerable verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 It does appear that the jury is unanimous in the leading already.
That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. Yeah, thanks for the help, Gregson. But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord,
The defense wishes to assert its right to the summation examination.
Yes, of course. Very well. The court grants permission.
Oh my god, can't you just let me have this?
So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. Yeah, I won 3 times in a row, dickbag. Twice, I guess.
We will now proceed immediately with the summation examination. The court, the foreman, and all members of the jury are ready.
Abso-bloody-lutely, sir. Always ready to action, my chaps.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now each explain on what grounds you have found determined the defendant to be guilty.
Okay, let's listen to this.
All the evidence clearly points to the finger of guilt at the young pickpocket tenant. Young pickpocket tenant.
As a housemaid, I would like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in the stereo, the truth will just pop out.
If I have to let it in, the house should have been repercussions by now.
Our mind's made up. Stop. Global radio transmission. Verdict of the verdict to follow. Stop.
I think that the doctor's gonna state that he's actually the doctor of Holmes, meaning that he accidentally left the bullet inside Holmes. Meaning that the bullet found in the calendar is not the same as the gun that was shot at Holmes.
In Motherland, we must never judge the clothes judged by the head. I am convinced brothers are innocent.
What did she say? I don't know what she said, actually. I need to reread it.
The circumstances of the crime and the evidence indeed do implicate the defendant rather comprehensively.
The storeroom is locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. So why did the accused lock the door then? Why did the accused lock the door then? Explain that. No, you can't. Okay. And the accused hands the fatal revolver. I don't care. It doesn't matter. You don't need to. Explain that. It's clear that it couldn't be anyone else. I've done my job.
Not to mention this print. You can take it from the chap who's seen in the action of the battlefield. The young girls on the verge of pulling the bloody trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Shomes.
Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid you'll have an
uphill struggle ahead of you.
But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Please proceed with the summation examination.
Don't you just hate it when your clients just do not tell you anything about what their movements were? Like in Ace Attorney, it made sense a lot of the time because the clients were either sleeping or indisposed, or were just doing a very simple thing that can't be proved since they don't have witnesses to clearly state that they were in fact doing said thing. In this one, it's just like, yeah, you'll figure out what I was doing. I won't tell you exactly what I was doing. You'll figure it out in trial. Don't worry. Right? That's been every single trial. Every single one. I guess the first one, we already knew what we had done. But regardless.
All the evidence clearly points the finger at the guilt of the young pickpocket tenant.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this.
Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your household, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Shomes and I were able to get to the bottom of it after all. I think we rather did a lot for you, didn't we? Shouldn't go this path, mate. Really shouldn't go down this path. This path is going to instantly get pushed down. He's essentially trying to bribe him with the past. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore we should change your leaning to not guilty or anything.
Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Gary and Ebb household was the talk of the town after that business. I just moved out and I couldn't get a bloody soul to take up sentences.
Oh.
Haven't had a hurt to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us. For that dashed cat. For the dashed certain.
I suppose not.
Of course. I mean, no suggesting that. There can be no suggestion of that being a reason I'm leaning towards guilty of, obviously.
Obviously, but honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial and less the juror number 2. Oh, don't tell me he's got a thing for her.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again.
A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On the way to the market, for his lordship, I pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpockets, and crossmen, the scum of the earth.
It's a little harsh, perhaps.
Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least the people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
Referring to Mr. Sherlock Shomes?
That's right. I'd like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading the Randus magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital.
Sherlock? Mr. Shomes a maid? Probably would like that.
It's really quite unforgivable. Utter scum, having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective.
Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Shomes, not the defendant.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum at the stars I'm concerned.
Well, we might have an idea to get our facts straight anyway.
Yes, all right. I shall amend my statement. Those 2 brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective.
Okay. That has nothing to do with the guilty verdict for my client. I'll come back to that, I guess.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photo in stereo?
Sorry, what? I don't you know? If you look at the photographic print properly, normally.
It looks as though the pickpocket girl was about to shoot the victim.
Obviously.
But there was no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun.
All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information.
Oh, by any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes?
Ooh, how do you know?
Let's call it a lucky guess.
It never gets old, seeing the 2 prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating. It's the height of modernity.
Modernity.
Monity. Fuck.
Of course.
Oh yes, I think I'll find the horoscope here. I think you'll find the horoscope stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives on we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention of the world's ever seen.
It's really not staying around. It can only give me a new perspective on the case. I might agree with you. But left it there.
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that.
So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? It's totally passed me by.
And of course, the people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are the forefront of the medical science, the real brains of the field.
So what is it that you think you've left behind?
Well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. A standard thing. Went through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anymore.
What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly, surely not. You say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Couldn't really have left a scalpel inside a fellow's belly. No, of course I wouldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, it's a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern, seeing that this case appears to be all but sewn up. I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I've made everything back as it should be. Well, I'm sure as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure. Made his mind up. Stop. Global radio transmission of the verdict is to follow. Stop. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, I'm from the Empire of Japan. All communications with the Far Eastern nations used to take up by mail. Stop. Royal Mail streamers cannot take more than a month to complete that journey. Ah, but now you have electric telegram, so we can send messages through electric signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid across the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cables on the ocean bed? It's making my head hurt just thinking about it. Well, you're well informed, young lady. But the cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear your fingers. Wear out your fingers. Arab wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. When people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology, what other piffle? I can't understand it, really. I can't. The silly little toys. Oh, pissed him off. Jury number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but what? You perhaps have something to say about jury number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. You bet I do. Say it again. Go on. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think you might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth do you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's in all 3 dimensions. What a great way to appease the man. Yep, I'm sorry, stereoscopes have no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photo through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take the crime scene for example. All you have to do is, if you had a pair of photographs of the crime scene, you could view through a stereoscope. It would reveal all hidden clues you haven't noticed before. What? Have you got any, Runa? Any prints that we could look at with the stereoscope? I mean, we've got the one we got.
We've got his bloody version and then his actually laid there person. Oh, this print here, this should do the trick, I think. Okay. I want to do that bloody one, but I have a feeling that it's going to be like, use the actual crime scene. But, you know, got this print here. Actually, I want to see if it's this one. I was wrong. I actually couldn't think of anything we could use at all. Really? Oh dear, maybe you have to do this. Oh, fuck you. No, screw you. I was correct in thinking that way. Screw you. I'm not even going to let it play out, having them call me an idiot for actually being smarter than the game. Because I have a feeling it's going to go that direction.
Take that!
Alright then, jury number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can! Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Crap, I don't actually have another one, do I? It appears that I do not have another print available to me.
Take that!
What do you mean one more print? Oh dear, dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how stereoscope works? Really now. What? You need 2 photographs for the stereoscope. Yes, I know this. You know, one eye for the left, one eye for right. I'm gonna tell you how stupid you are for not knowing this, even though you clearly did and you were forced to make a wrong decision. Yes, now I remember, but what print do we have the photograph? It's just a normal photograph. No, 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 I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's in the stereoscope, not a nanoscope. You know, it needs 2 prints. Thanks for a friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always try to show it to the young man then. Aha! I think you'll find that the all-know-it expression is really starting to annoy me. Know-it-all expression. Yep, that kind of sucks when the game tries to treat you like an idiot for pushing our head like that.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not a villain Bolshevik, a Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Ah, I believe there is such a rumor. Is that just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. It looks like I look like a vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. I just want to point that out. In my mind, because nobody can read my mind. Call me a revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. Forgive me for having my doubts. How have the police not found out what you're doing? How are you on a juror's stand, dude? Is everyone a idiot in this game? I'm sorry, plausible deniability is being stretched so fucking hard right now. I have no belief that the police haven't already figured this guy out. So why is he on the witness stand?
To be treated as a vicious criminal all the time, it is weary, painful. People do not realize. I have such sympathies for these brothers. People look at them and say they're criminals because of how they look.
Skulkin Brothers?
Ah, maybe if they went inside the pawnbroker's shop. But they've done nothing wrong. That's all I have to say.
Skulkin Brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I need to clear up right away. Tell me something, Iris.
What is it, Runa?
These jurors are chosen at random from all inhabitants of London town, aren't they?
Yes. It's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I don't know why it's written like that.
I wish I knew.
Oh, wonderful, thanks. I can't change the names of more than half of these 6 jurors. The trial will be over.
You know that Ginny would never shoot anyone.
Yes, so we need to find contradictions on what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence.
Objection!
These 2 statements clearly contradict one another.
Good lord. Hey, counsel, explain yourself.
Oh my statement contradictory?
C-O-N.
Juror number 6, you've got a wrong end of the stick.
I do not believe it. I do not have a stick, I have a mouse.
As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Shomes in the admin. I understand.
Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear.
Abdomen, B, D.
Sir?
Sorry, my English is still learning.
You are telling the court you didn't hear.
Forgive me, I did not hear.
Ugh.
Here's the word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. This is what you meant you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not a native speaker.
I thought it would be a good idea to let this man on the jury again.
I seriously wonder.
So, you're telling me that these brothers who look like criminals were lying? As they said before that we've done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. This is double negative.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who look like criminal.
Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced.
That means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it's also a big fat lie. Is that true?
Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so...
Enough! I trust no one now!
It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir.
I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate the crimes myself.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Yes, it will, Bruno! We have pictures! Footprints from Hurley's hindquarter. We can just grab another one, like we could have done before. Gooey prosecutor.
I'm not going to give you shit. Calling on me in the middle of a examination talk time. The prints showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the schoolroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and similarity heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. Print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' fight. Thanks for hiding that from us. So, this was taken after Hurley was
Shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
Things have been moved, though. Can't notice anything is obviously missing from the second print. So, the brothers who look like criminals only told one lie. They shot men but stole nothing. It seems so, yes. Good. No, not good. You are right. I did not understand the situation. I don't know. Now I know brothers have lied. I think very important to continue with trial.
Yay, we're done, Runo. The balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose, but there's still more than in these jurors saying we can expose the truth. If we can do that, we might turn this situation in our favor still.
Continue with the fucking examination. Talk to them more, please. And also put that photo in your fucking court record, please.
Another print. I can now do stuff with that. Lake of lies, many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict. Imagine that. The revolutionary is the one that's saying that. These books were moved. Like, everything is moved a tiny bit. There's something was taken.
Hold it!
Can we really show clues, though? Yes, please. Okay.
Take that!
Let me show this one. Gosh.
Take that!
These two prints were both taken at the same time at the same camera at Windy Banks on the night in question.
Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle?
Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth.
Yes, exactly. This is a small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important.
So what happens if the two photographs are exactly the same then?
No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seen in three-dimensional way, anyway. Oh! Of course. Now I see. I think the young girl discovered a secret. Yes, I have.
Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Oh, she did that.
I have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera. Runo, go on. Can you see that there's only really obvious difference between them?
I mean, everything has shifted a bit. You can see that there's a difference in the... Oh, the broken lamp. Yeah, I've got it.
Two people on the first and no people on the second.
So no people on the second.
Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions.
Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and make the two pictures overlap exactly. Crossing my eyes, I can make the quill pens, each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Yes, I saw it. Ah. Some of the things on this counter sort of jump out at you. Of course, he's looking through the stereoscope.
Yes, of course. That's it. You see? That's the amazing power of the stereoscopes.
Other amazing power?
What's going on here? Explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce did some of these things on the counter seem to jump out like that, hmm?
If you think you'll find that to be considered the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. If there's a slight shift in the position of certain objects, they'll let you see the pictures in three-dimensionally.
In other words, even though at first glance it seems that the object on the counter hadn't moved at all between the two pictures, it shows that actually there has been a slight shift in the positions. Also, the lamp is broken.
Yes, that must have been.
Hold fire there, sir. I've got a reasonable grasp of the old cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does a shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, as to that fellow. Go on. You're the cross-eyed master.
Huh? Me?
I haven't the first idea. Come on, Runo. It's quite simple.
It is?
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 o'clock, and then 30 minutes later, a second photograph was taken. But the position of items in the counter appeared to have shifted in the inner term. So this means?
That means sometime between the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with things on the counter.
Zoinkers!
Someone tampered?
New information! Stop! Not mentioned in the testimony so far! Stop!
Yes. Let's go around in circles here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is now clear. We know that items on the counter shop were moved, but by whom?
Are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right now that who's responsible for the most imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Okay, it's not letting me pick both of them at the same time.
Take that!
It was the witnesses at the stand, the Skulkin brothers.
Wait. This does not agree with the brothers said in their testimony before. They said they did not even have the time to pull the dukes off their lady lockets. My Facebook says the dukes have been meaning hands, and lady lockets meaning pockets. But this is another lie. What is it that you are saying?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Hold on a minute. I can't be quite sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpocket after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal.
I think that's unlikely.
And why is that exactly?
As you see from this photographic print, the defense was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem that my learned friend indicated, that she's coercing Mr. Windybank for the storeroom. Hold on, what? Why is Rena scared? What? Wait, is that a misplace? Why is Rena scared saying what Baron Benzies would say? Mr. Windybank opened the storeroom door. In other words, Mr. Lestrade's interest laid within the storeroom. not from the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. Which all things point to one thing. The Skulking Brothers have admitted key facts in their testimony.
The accused is a pig bus. Got a common gutters trash. Why look any further into the wrongdoings here?
Because the Skulking Brothers are thieves, ma'am. No better, in fact, worse than a pickpocket. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket. Would it not be at least fair and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given by those against her by those two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, like to hear more from that shady pair.
What are you do? Okay. Fine.
Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playing things. They're extraordinary potential for sound.
I'm almost all the way through my tea.
How hard did it agree? Stop! My first purchase after this trial. Stop! We'll return home about Regent Street. Stop!
There you go.
But it would seem that this trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to the conclusion with the balance scale altered in the defense's favor. 2 lean for guilty, 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue.
Yay! Well done! Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, wouldn't surely, but alright.
You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see?
Well then, and then you look through the eyepieces to see the image in 3 dimensions.
It's important to get it right in the position of 2 prints.
I don't know what came up with the idea of the stereoscope, but it's quite fascinating. Ooh, look at that! Solid change shape from just one little button press.
Well, that's what the button is for, Runo. You're just like Curly. Boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do.
Us boys? Says the 10-year-old girl.
Anyway, now that you see what it really is a stereoscope, can't you?
I can't do that with anything right now, so... But I am so sure that my original thought of checking the bloody picture with the disappeared body will do something.
Lord Van Zykes, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
I want to drink more. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord.
I want myself a chance to prepare about the activities that night, at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina was innocent. Is innocent. To be continued.
I'm drinking. Leave me alone.
Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a freaking throat killer.
I presume you've heard the Defense's Counsel's summation examination.
Oh, yes, Governor.
I did, Gov. I did.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Whoa!
Blimey.
This is going to be hard work. Earlier at this trial, you gave the following testimony about your your actions after you entered Windybanks.
Well, it was a bedlam soon, weren't it?
It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me lady lockets.
However, it was a lie. Your brothers... Well... You brothers!
Oh, blimey!
On the night in question, you rifled through the items of the victim's counter.
We never done nothing of the sort.
How'd you figure that out? You will now give full formal testimony again. And you will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth.
Each lie passes your lips increases the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to the chances of ever seeing the light of day again.
Ah!
I thought it's worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, Gov, we'll hear you.
We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll preach.
Legal entry, the whole truth.
All right, I did knock over a few things, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us all both jump out and all the stuff went flying.
Lummy, it didn't have half a give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter came out of the door to get us next.
We snuck everything back the way we found it and scampered right straight through them in the back.
We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, she. We could have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had the chance, did we?
Kinda did. So you admit the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransacked Windybank's countertop on the night in question.
I'd not say ransack, Governor, no.
That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied that up, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gun shop, having first made good of their mess.
The way you put it, it hardly sounds like we roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't.
Oh, well, I want to reread that.
By the way you said it, we hardly sound like roughs at all.
We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't make us sound a bit more cutthroat.
Maybe a coincidence that these two men showed up at the Windybanks that night. There's more to their testimony that meets the eye.
I'm sure of it. All right, we did knock over a few things, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
If that was the case, why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place?
Well, you know, we weren't exactly squeaky keen, weren't we?
We ain't, Nash, we ain't. We'd admitted to something like that. People would have thought we was up to no good.
Well said, Ringo, me old China.
we'd only add ourselves in even more trouble. In fact, now, as a result of your lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourself in even more trouble. Oh, well,
It's rotten luck.
says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing.
Right, Nash, right. It's more like we tidied up the place. Yeah, sorry. It was like when we had the gunshots. He made us both jump and we went flying.
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked off all the things of the counter. Well, it shocked one of us much, yeah. The bad on nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on.
Look, it was loud, right? Blimey, me dead granny could have woken up with that bang.
Big bruv here screamed like a bloomin' baby. Fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books and a candlestick. And a skull and whatnot.
I got tangled in some marionette. And what knocked over the picture frame? What knocked over the scales on the floor?
You really mastered working quietly then.
What a racket. My granny would have been scared back into her grave with clatter like that.
So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. Then some. I mean, it was sort of quiet like a mouse, and then a sudden blam!
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add?
I'll keep saying I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
No? Something to add? What did he say? No, something to add about their testimony. Did you seem to react right now to what Mr. Skulkin said? Did it make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't be bothered to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave told a slightly different story to what they're saying now.
Ah!
Ah!
Oh, well, did it?
You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot.
I have. Does ring the bell now that you mention it.
Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help but feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, fellas.
I've discovered that the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be. It shall be forced to bring this very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy, easy!
We'll get it right this time.
That's it, yep! It's all coming back to me now!
Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have mysteriously returned to your questionable minds, sirs.
Ah, right you are there.
Right, you are there, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard you yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it.
So in fact, you heard the voices and the gunshot almost simultaneously?
We did, Gov, we did.
Although, if you suppose you're being honest, we kinda heard a withering voice before the yell and all.
If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun!
Ah! That kind of thing.
That kind of thing.
A career in acting, typically tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we could. From the other side of the door, behind the counter it was.
from the storeroom where the victim was found dead. The voices you heard were that of the victim in the windows of the window bank.
On Big Granny's life it was.
On his granny's life it was! So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winniebank and the sound of his voice? Ah! So that would mean what?
What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would.
No, we didn't know the geezer.
How am I supposed to deny it when the bloke is all in the fancy club has given us the evil eye?
If you value your lives, I will ensure your testimony is accurate this time. You will be insured.
On me Grammy's life it is.
On his granny's life it must be. So good. It's a good job his granny's dead. Is he? Is she? I don't know. Maybe they did mention that or something. To summarize, then, immediately after hearing the voices of the victim, you heard a gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering all over the floor.
Made it sound like we're clumsy.
Don't forget, we tied it up like good little boys anyway, the way I see it. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he must have fired it instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
You're saying Mr. Winniebank had the gun in his hands? Oh yeah, I bet that was a sight, eh? With the two waving their guns at each other, must have been pretty heated. I mean, just before the shouted out, we heard the geezers say, if you don't want to get shot.
Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More like an empty threat, we would say.
So Winniebank was known to keep a revolver in his shop counter at all times. People would say that to protect the council. Oh my god, he really doesn't understand what's being said, right? Something to himself, of course.
Good gracious, extraordinary devotion, indeed, if alarmingly misguided.
Well, he suddenly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger that other night. Only the other person was gonna beat him to it. Crook has gone proper.
I bet he wished he'd squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun!"
And directly after those words, you heard the gunshot? It was more or less the same time, Guff. Give me that gun! Bam!
Kinda thing.
Yes, your career in acting tragically missed.
And then we heard sound of someone hitting the deck.
And then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck before everything went dead quiet.
After that, we done a slapdash job tidying up the place.
Let me didn't half give me a fight. I mean, this is it, right? It would be this him presenting his own gun. Gina was holding it and it was the only gun found. I'll push the other statements just in case.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not in your life!
It went deathly quiet after that. It did put a wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way it was opening.
Yes, of course, the locked from the inside, so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov, it was, from the inside.
Right, we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside storeroom. Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps? Don't ring no bells, don't ring no
lights. We've had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that.
We're still cutting our teeth in this game, you see. But one day.
We'll really cut the mustard. Please just cut it out.
But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body and the accused was not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was there unconscious with a gun in her hands. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom?
That's right, Gov. That's right.
Couldn't have, even if we wanted to.
We stuck everything back where we found it and scrapped it back into the... Scarpered straight back into the black.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Herlock Shomes.
Oh, yeah. We was a bit nasty there.
We was, Ness, we was. Truth be told. Truth be told. I was already shaking like a leaf when you guys not turned up.
You're shaking like a leaf. Don't you put a loaded gun in your hand?
Good advice, miss, good advice.
Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, then you make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss.
After that, we legged down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to some coppers and somewhat. So they clapped us in derbies and took on us like a winking.
I don't fucking know what they're saying. And after you've been handcuffed, the police found a revolver in your possession, didn't they? Correct?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, listen, it proves that proves it done it, eh? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, say we never had a chance, didn't we?
And why should we believe that?
What? Well, because it's true, isn't it?
The place is totally empty when we went in.
At the time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had the gun to his head. In other words, the night in question, these 2 witnesses never laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windybank. Correct?
You got it, mister.
Down to a T.
So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Is that really true, I wonder?
You look very fierce. I could pour you a herbal tea if you tried.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'd probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I've got no proof to support it.
Well, feelings can be very logical at times.
What, sorry?
People's expressions, their movements of eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that into your brain and quietly analyze to coming up with a feeling you describe. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about the testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts.
Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think she's 10 years old, but I must be 5. Did his last statement specifically state that he didn't know the chap? Never had a chance, right? Alright, my guess is showing the pawnbroker's gun. At this point, specifically saying that he didn't have the gun she did.
Objection.
Apparently that's not it. Is it another piece of evidence? This is the annoying part. It's happening again. I want to say that the bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he must have fired instead of yelling at the girl. Is it the photograph of Gina holding the gun? Is it the gun itself, where it states that Gina was holding the gun? Is it the fact that he's dead with a bullet hole without a gun in his hand?
Objection.
It's the one with Gina holding the gun. God damn it. It's annoying when multiple pieces of evidence there actually do clearly show that your point of reasoning, but they only want one specific one. You're saying on the night in question that the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct?
That's right, Gov.
That's it, Gov. You got the picture.
He is nice, she is, without question.
And yet, this photographic evidence from the scene of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not in possession of a firearm of any description. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Ah!
Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish the photographic print presented
Was
taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronologically is fairly lacking, counsel.
Yeah, that's right.
Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have turned the tables on the girl.
Hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warnings, witnesses. A skulkin's never sulkin.
Okay, so that wasn't correct. We never had a chance. Is this another case of going over the same testimony again and getting different reactions? Because now I pointed out that he couldn't have had that contradiction. No other signs of trauma. That's something to keep in mind. Oh, let's go through some of these again. Skulking and his brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Is that really true, I wonder? Is it the fact that when they say we snuck everything back where we found it and scarpered right and straight into the black? Clearly this has been broken. So something happened. I'll re-press everything again because it's clearly like asking me to look at their expressions. Mm-hmm. Just before the gunshot, we heard voice yelling, "Give me that gun." Hit again, bang. Oh, I see. I see what they've said. Their whole act here, they've been doing it multiple times. Give me that gun, bang. Straight to the chest. It was shot from the back, right? So I got it. It doesn't say specifically that you... What do I present that to? Because they're clearly pointing out that they were talking to each other before... Right, so he wasn't turned around. He heard a voice before the gunshot, "Give me that gun." Is that it? If they were speaking to each other, specifically in an argument, "Give me that gun," there's no way he got shot in the back. That has to be it, right?
Objection.
You are kidding me! Okay, let's push it a little bit. I feel like that's so blatantly obvious. Screw this, man. That is such a blatant contradiction, right? They're talking to each other, meaning that they're face forward. They're in an argument, one stating, "Give me that gun." So clearly, they're facing towards each other.
Hold it.
Are they going to do the big old acting thing here? Yep. Okay, I guess I'm going to present it at this one instead. It just feels so unfair. Because if this is correct, if it's not correct, I'm gonna be even more fucking pissed.
Objection.
Okay. I have no clue what the game wants from me then. I've got the contradiction in my head that they constantly keep shoving in my face. The contradiction I already pointed out before is not good enough.
Hold it.
What does this game want from me? There's also the factor that the door had a window, meaning that we could see through into the room.
Hold it.
Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, we didn't have a chance. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go back to that statement. Okay. I'm gonna try pointing out the picture instead of the autopsy report and see if it has that as the evidence to say he got shot in the back. I swear to Christ. Okay, it's not on that one. It isn't that one, so let's try the next one. Because this game is so tedious.
Objection.
This is stupid. This is so fucking stupid. I swear to Christ, if it's like, he got shot in the back, so... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is so terrible. I cannot infer to you how infuriating this is. I'm sure some people got that straight away because they got lucky in having their mind tell them that specific statement with the picture of Windybank's back. They most likely did not see that the autopsy report also states the exact same thing and actually gives more detail on the fact. And because you're specifically pointing out that he was shot in the back, you'd think, okay, I want to point out the autopsy report instead of the picture, because the picture shows a dead body, right? You're pointing out, in that point where you're pointing out that it was him that was dead on the floor. I'm sorry, this is so unironically terrible. I really wish that the game didn't do this bullshit over and over again. It did it before. It did it before where it gives you a complete, clear understanding of what the game wants, but then it fucking... It goes in such a roundabout way of presenting it. Why isn't that okay? Why isn't it okay that I can present either the autopsy report or that picture to any of those statements? Because they all indicate that they were facing each other while arguing, right? It's clear that that's what's supposed to be the case, but maybe it's translation. Maybe it's a translation bug. Maybe they didn't realize that they translated it so fucking horrendously. Whatever. I'm just moving on. Fresh slate. That's putting down the score of this case, but fresh state. So you're saying, I'm not going to mention it anymore, that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's right, Gov. Got the picture. Nash has it, no question. Yeah, the photographic evidence clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not holding a firearm. What? Hold on, what? Hold on, what? That's not what I was saying! Why are you so far away from where I am, Naruhodo? I am in no way saying this! And I know full well that freaking douchebag over is going to be like, actually, none of this makes any difference anyway. You're just proving my point. Naruhodo, there is such a better point to be making, and yet you are fucking flubbing it up. Oh my god, it better not put me back in the cross-examination here. God, it Bennett! That ain't right. There can't be any question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that it was the Windybank's gun that was in the only one that's fired and it was in her hand. Blah 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 blah. No, the both toilets of the victim. Oh god, to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bang. Ah. Do you get it yet? Do you get what we're trying to tell you to do?
Hold it!
Say exactly as you are. Oh my god, Naruto, this is the point that you're supposed to be pushing. I'm sorry. The game is really fucking testing my patience right now. Now, Naruhodo is putting forth the point that actually matters. I mean, it matters that whether Windybank had a gun or not, but the fact is that the prosecution can easily refute it Here, however, this is the point that actually fucking matters. But no, let's go roundabout. Let's go fucking waste everyone's time for another 10 minutes talking about irrelevant bullshit. Because we all love getting our time wasted. If the crime had taken place as you so colourfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments that you acted out.
Good gracious! Are you sure, Captain? Counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend. Let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates the inconsistency with the weapon?
This is so unnecessary. Like I said, roundabout investigating here. I am going to be so sure that every other person who plays this case hates this moment. I really hope that I'm not the only person that actively despises this moment. Is it the autopsy report, or is it the picture that says they get shot in the back? One or the other, they both say the same thing.
Take that!
You know what? If they wanted me to come to this conclusion that I needed to show the picture, it should have said, instead of being shot in the back, it should have said, Mr. Windybank is shown to have, is said to have nothing inside his hands, or gripping nothing. He was wielding no item of whatsoever. Then I would have been like, oh, okay, here, this photograph clearly states that the victim had nothing in his hands, so therefore he had no weapon. Boom. Then I would have accepted that. But the game went out of its way to try and make me feel like a fucking idiot. While in turn acting like a fucking idiot. The witnesses claim that I heard the shout of give me that gun, followed by a gunshot.
Indeed, the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, that would mean at the moment of his death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, given the autopsy, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind.
Ah!
So, as stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency with your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
No! Ah!
But in God's honest truth.
It is. When he was shot that night.
The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. It was with it. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you just right now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun?
Yeah.
Something like that might have slipped out. I'm sorry, I'm just so fucking pissed at this fucking part of the game. I'll forget about it soon. But god damn if that's putting the score down on this. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite the testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
No! Order! Witness, explain yourselves at once.
The thing is, it wasn't supposed to. It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that a false witness would be the death of you.
I might understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
I'm so sorry, Governor. The truth is, we...
Cut it out, Nash. Cut it out. If we blab now, you don't know what they'll do to us.
What are you talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Come on, bro. The game's up.
But we have our guts. They'll have our guts for garters.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will always come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you two brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again and explain the precise circumstances of which that meeting took place. Do we have to?
On pain of death, I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Counter with the victim.
Alright, so we got inside the gaff and left a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me the gun!
Give me the gun! Bellowed. And then flew at us like he was possessed. Though we had it. I thought we had it.
But no, geezer, the bulk was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
I pulled a gun on him, and then I legged it through the door to the back room.
We had nothing to do with killing him. That's what happened, I swear.
Jesus Christ, this is entirely different. So now, moments before telling us before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? Oh, well, yeah, sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture that changes matters considerably.
But to be honest, Gunnar, it's time.
This time, Nash, this time we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, Counsel of Defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for.
Gulp, gulp, gulp.
Counter with the victim.
Alright, so we got inside the graph and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and the proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank.
Oh, well, I mean, that's right.
We were keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. But we never thought that no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbroker's star room?
Yeah, must be where they popped up from. The only place could have been.
So it seemed the victim was already in the storeroom when the brothers entered the premises.
Which means Ginny must have been there at that point as well.
That doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had been threatened Windybank in the storeroom with a gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same storeroom all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at that time?
What? The mollyhooter? The moltooler? Couldn't tell ya.
No way, Nutclubber! We had bigger fish to fry then! I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling that from the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was Mr. Windybank, the victim, Mr. Windybank, wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blimey lummy. A great ugly barrel had been pointing straight at the front piece.
So what you're saying is You definitely saw Mr. Windybank with a gun at that time. Is that right?
That's it, Gov. That it is. It is, Gov. It is. Spot on.
Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did.
It was a bellum. I don't know what cause, he was going for.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we had it, I mean. For an old geezer, the bug was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
He knocked over a load of books and a candlestick and some of a skull and whatnot.
That got tangled in some marionettes, knocked over the picture frame. Knocked over them scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of a gunshot that shocked you, but that made you knock those things off the counter. Well, big brother here was sent flying over the counter like a gunshot. I can tell you, the old geezer pinned him.
He did, Nash, he did. If you ain't been there, a bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, an alarm was raised at the local police station via secret cable at the pawnbrokery. There's a button under the counter to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene back onto the street. They ran straight into arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windybank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
He pulled a gun on him, and he legged it through the door and back into the back room.
And into the back room! Messing the voices up a bit. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windybank? No, never! Oh, I was just, looking out for me bruv, weren't I? It was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop that was being burglarized, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom where you pointed a gun at him, is that right? Yes, that is, she shoved me. I don't know why the character's eyes keep closing when I look down at the words. Yes, that's it. He shoved me away and then ran through the door and shut himself in. Something about that doesn't ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storage room. What?
Well, according to what everyone was saying, Ginny was there waiting for him with a gun.
Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hands again?
I have no idea, but it's strange, isn't it?
Well, inconsistency could be insignificance. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me brother here.
That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and my brother here. We never had nothing to do with the killing. That's what happened, I swear.
You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all!
Nothing, Gaz, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he?
Locked in he was, from the inside.
We know it was because we tried to open it.
But it was a decent door a good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom, the pawnbroker was out, the only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim accused Gina Lestrade.
Ah! It appears so. What do you say to that, Counsel?
I don't know. Is there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Windybank? Ugh. This better not be a you choose this and you lose. That could have been.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
What? What's that look for?
From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victims face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
It did!
What's your point, my learned friend, you fucking pathetic degenerate? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windybank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let's return to the plan of the premises. The victim was killed in a storeroom which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be?
Counsel, you must all provide answers to the court in respect to two conundrums.
Two, my lord? There's as many charges to be right. Chances are, I guess.
Indeed, namely, from what location was the culprit? Did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord. Alright, Reno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on his plan to answer the questions posed by his lordship. Believe someone else could have killed the victim. Indicate where the person could have fired the gun. Is it going to be that he was shot through the small opening or something?
Take that!
The defense believes the culprit could have been shot from the victim from this location here. And that answers the answer to the second question. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windybank died instantly from a bullet wound to the back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where the shooter was when the fatal bullet was fired. There are problems with this. The bullet went in an upward angle. The storeroom was locked from the inside. Like, those are the two problems, really. Because they couldn't have locked it from the outside. The shooter had to have been shorter than him, but the window was quite high up. Or, is it possible that he was on the ground already?
So you are adamant that the shot was fired from the outside the storeroom?
Well, according to the Skulkins brothers' earlier testimony, they pulled a gun on him, and then he legged it through the door to the back room. If Mr. Windybank rang through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah! So yeah, they're suggesting that he was shot while the door was open and Gina was the one who locked it closed.
It was precisely at that moment that the victim was fleeing for his life that the brothers had a perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom.
Yeah! Ah!
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report indicates the bullet entered the body on advising directional trajectory. It's possible his back was also like hunched over as well. This means the victim was most likely shot from someone shorter than in height than himself.
Poor man, shot while running as fast as he could to safety.
Ah, of course. He could have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory.
So the culprit wasn't necessarily someone shorter than the Mr. Windy Bank.
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim that the victim was shot as he fled into the room. You also claim that the corpse was dexterous enough to have turned the key in to lock it.
But what if someone else locked the door?
Yes, the person who's yet to have claimed that to me. Is that so? Very well, counsel.
Present your hypothesis to the court.
In the scenario you described,
In this scenario you describe, the defense's assertion that the victim was shot from outside the storage room. In which case, who shut and locked the storage room from the inside?
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only person inside the storage room at the time. The defendant, Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. Are you suggesting the accused deliberately engineered a sealed room? For what possible reason? What such actions should serve to tighten the noose around her neck?
I'm inclined to agree, I must say, well, counsel.
Because there was a gunshot.
Yes, that's a tricky one, that.
Are you fucking serious?
Have no half-baked notions of my courtroom, please remember that.
Of course Gina would have locked the door.
Never heard it. You really hate it when the dude just acts like a fucking moron and then has someone else instantly say the exact same thing that I'm thinking. It's like I can't genuinely state that I feel like I'm in Naruhodo's shoes, right? I'm controlling the character, but it feels like he's so far away from where I am in terms of thought. So that's what annoys me about some of these attorney games. Like when the character feels so out of your own control, and you're just not connected with each other in what you know. It feels wrong. It feels like the game's talking about something that you have no idea about, or it's talking about something that you know is ridiculous or stupid and it has no bearing, and you want to say what you want to say, but the character is too far in this ridiculous mind game that they're not going to say it. They're just going to ramble on about things that are completely of no consequence. Simply, but it's just this kind of bullshit that annoys me. When the character is not connected with the player in thought and mind.
It must goes without saying, does it?
It does.
I don't know what to do. Tell me, 10-year-old.
Well, if Ginny was in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars have just fired a gun in her direction, haven't they?
Oh, that's a smart thing. I should say that. But before the two brothers arrived, Mr. Strad and the Mr. Winnieback were in the storeroom together. So I don't know how to join them at the time, but at some point, Winnieback must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruh.
Your theory is correct. That should leave the accused alone in the storeroom.
Yes, it would. But then probably moments later, the victim fled back into the storeroom, hoping to escape danger. Bang! Hit in the back by a bullet, Mr. Windybank fell to the floor, and then, just inside the storeroom, what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done? I see what you're doing with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop that now, but I just want to put it clearly ahead right now. Naruhodo can somehow lose all of his brain cells in literal, like, moments, and then suddenly gain them again over times. I hate it. I really hate it. That's just shit writing, and it's gotten this trial even further down. This might be one of the worst trials of this game now. I am not kidding either. This is getting ridiculously annoying. They slammed it shut in order to save her own life. Iron! I mean, I ain't the one who done it.
We ain't done it, Gov. We ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We never shot anyone.
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Shomes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, your brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder. Of course, dude's gonna be like, the gun that was in this freaking lady's hands was the actual weapon. I'm not gonna act out that. Where does that leave us?
You mean to say that it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all?
I should have known that the three brothers looked as shady and dense as the forest.
It's amazing, Mr. Runo. Other members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
Oh, first time ever. It's probably the last.
Well, I think you've done it. They'll surely give a verdict of not.
Admirable effort, my learned friend.
You find this situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I find the defense's argument to be most persuasive.
Gonna drink and waste everyone's time first, I dare say. Allow me to talk about things that are unimportant until I finally get to the point. Such Chardonnay and bread butter as street performers of a provisional East and West nation. Unnecessary line. Such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks about nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. Unimportant line. What? The hypothesis you put forward is so obscenely credibility cannot and will not stand. Unnecessary line. Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw. Only necessary line there. Seriously, all you had to say was the defense's hypothesis has a fatal flaw. That's it. That was all that was necessary. But instead they need to elongate every fucking sentence he says. Make it a paragraph before we can get to the next point. Because goddamn if we don't like elongating every goddamn sentence, like set of sentence. Again, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm pointing all of this out. I'm getting genuinely annoyed, but I've had to put up with this over and over and over again. Okay. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of that logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zeeks. Might an idea be an idea to explain the bloody conjuring tricks or whatever it is the troops on the ground? Fatal flaw, my yearned friend's argument is really quite simple to understand. Assuming that you've not dim-witted to count bullets. Gosh, count bullets?
Oh dear. You noticed then.
Yeah, I'm so stupid I don't understand what everyone's talking about.
Seriously, gain brain cells, Rena Scare. I'm not gonna put up with it much longer. Counselor. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two bullets.
Very good. The first was hit the victim in the back, ending his life. The second, which was struck the victim, Herlock Shomes, on arrival at the scene.
Indeed. The defense presents a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings.
We need to talk slow because the dumbass can't follow.
The bullet which was injured Mr. Shomes appeared to have passed through his body and struck the calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim,
Mr. Windybank, you understanding this, defense? You understand what I'm saying? And the Skulking Brothers revolver. You see, they're 2 different weapons. You understanding this? The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. That is 1 and 1, which makes 2. There are 2 different bullets fired from different guns, 1 each. Understand?
Sorry, but I'm genuinely... Okay. Reset back to normal. This trial has gone really downhill very quickly. Reset to normal.
Indeed, it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend. You said yourself that the court only a moment ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Shomes right in front of your eyes.
Yes, I did. My goodness, I think you'd find.
if that single bullet was fired from the brothers hit Mr. Shomes, then that means...
Mr. Vanderbank was not shot by the same gunshot. Only by the 1 bullet. Stop.
Have we yet to explain that whether or not the bullet went through Mr. Shomes?
Exactly.
Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an obscenely credible argument, however. It was never anything more than a diversionary tactic with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Look, oh my god, Iris is flirting. In that spot, you could see Iris was flirting. Iris is a witch. In that scene where it was pointing out, you could see Iris was flirting. Look back. Go back and see. Sorcery is on the English side, apparently. Breaks people's face. God damn it. I threw a glass bottle and I'm saying sorry.
Lord Van Zeeks.
But this court needs to learn to open its eyes. Accused Miss Gina Lestrade is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile.
No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She's in the past riddled up with criminal conduct.
The truth is, the accused bloke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with some loathsome intent. As we can see beyond a doubt in this print, which indicates her threatening the life of the victim with a murder weapon. Now we have here in my possession 1 more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. A disc. I'll be taking whatever is Mr. Golden. Thank you very much.
No, it's mine.
Yep. Now we'll test the blood. It'll be like, oh, this blood's actually, weirdly enough, it looks like the same blood as the one on the calendar. Herpy derp. Herpy derpy derpy derp. This game almost thinks that I'm an idiot for not being able to predict all of this. Whoa. But anything belonging to Mr. Gilded is taken into evidence now. Yes, that music box disc, Mr. Miggles's music box disc. It's very day this hateful murder of the Mr. Winterbank, accused attempted to take off with the article. It clearly doesn't belong to her.
If we could pickpocket, I might have to put brute force of grace in future evidence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, sympathy for the accused is account of the years misguided with the dangerous. And she deserves to be hung because I say so. Yes, let's all remember this.
I see. Yes, little girls deserve to hang. This is our little word. How we understand British law. That little girl who's floating over there, she deserves to be burned at the stake. We all know this because British law is absolute. Grim reminder of the defendant's character.
Lord Van Zanks,
Inspector Gregson? What?
Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday with the Yard and the prosecution service, and, I think we agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? Not the first time he said anything to Van Sykes at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting.
But those were instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Inspector, I'm not a prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warnings is noted, thank you. Prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff.
Prosecution has established accused motive, opportunity, and basis of character.
Time to hang.
Yes, please. Put your guilty ahead, please. Thank you. I don't believe it. I've lost hope already, even though I've just gotten another piece of evidence. Whoop-a-derp-a-derp. Oh dear, it wasn't even 5 minutes through now.
My lord.
I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Parman.
Been stumbling about for a bit of the fog right now, but truth be told, it's all a bit sudden. Have we not gotten the disc? Oh, we got the disc, yep.
Oh, Runo, look. It's blood.
Yes, you're right. A small smear. It's definitely blood. Actually, I feel like I might have noticed it before.
Oh, it's so much sunshine.
Alright, hold the disc. We do this quickly, Iris, in a flash. And it is green. Yep.
Ouch. A lovely shade of green again.
Wait, that color. What is it? That green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it?
We're McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, wasn't it?
Yes, or rather mistakenly defended.
I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc.
That's the question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Yep, got it.
Stumbling around, but I've got an answer to this. All right, everyone going to be guilty now.
Oh no!
Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, if you present your findings.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
We're really doing the showboating again, huh? Well, time to present evidence to the contrary. We can prove that another person was at the scene. When you have eliminated a possible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Holy. He used it against us.
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still one more thing to this case we realize. Must be because there's one more thing I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Windybank. I'm beyond that without a doubt. Very well. We can proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, you and your jurors ready?
I'm ready for sir.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, for the jury. You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
I'm sorry, guys, but the wind has flown right out my sails, and I am just so fucking done with this trial now. This trial has pissed me off multiple times now.
Degrading Naruhodo's character to being a fucking dumbass every so often, just causing him to lose all brain cells to understand what the hell's going on. And just the bullshit that's been going on over and over again. And I already know what I'm supposed to do. I already know what's necessary in order to stop the trial from ending. I know that there was another person there at the shop that night. I know who it is. There you go. There's another person. Like, it's so obvious.
The rogue is always a rogue, I say. They're a different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
Only 2 bullets were found at the scene. I would say that the whole case is done and dusted. I don't need stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was a pickpocket.
I never imagined that a simple operation would cause such a decrease.
Accused attempted theft on the previous day. I can see why. I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I'm a ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings, and there's nothing I do not know about guns.
Little room remaining for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather blown back by the argument put forth in the black and cap. The chap in black. But when it fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked.
Oh, no more!
The whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair, Iris. The prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have in the past doesn't make her a murderer.
I'm going to drink. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your futureless debate on this matter.
Yeah, it's not that I hate Ryunosuke. I just really don't like it when the character is just made really dumb at very clear intervals that it's obvious what the answer is. I don't know. Like, it's only happened in this trial specifically, but this trial has already kind of pissed me off to begin with.
Here's to the truth coming out eventually.
That's enough preamble, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Like, it's not as bad as Phoenix was in his very first case, where he was literally just asking Mia to do literally his entire job for him. Or rather, it was more that he just didn't understand what a lawyer even was, even though he technically went through the bar and everything. Like, he should have known everything that there was to being a lawyer. Nevertheless, let's carry on. Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal.
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breeds of us law-abiding citizens.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying?
Ah, well...
Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge?
I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization of the land? On the world, even?
No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they are a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous.
Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose.
I just noticed as well, he's got a blush, hasn't he? And they kept saying that he was, like, looking at the maid. Oh, he is. Okay, so I guess he really isn't a good guy. He's really just... He really is going to cheat on his wife. Makes more sense for Ryunosuke to be overwhelmed, considering what brought him here. Comparing Phoenix, who studied for years. True. Yeah, I agree with that. He studied for... Ryunosuke basically studied for a little less than 2 months. So it makes sense that he's worried and stuff. But yeah, I understand that Ryunosuke... That's why I'm not like holding him too adversely, let's say. That might not even be the right word. It is what it is.
Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose.
let's not forget that the girl has already been shown she had it in her from the before. She clearly is a criminal of some sort, through and through. Can't deny it.
When you said she's shown she had it in her, are you referring to this?
Exactly. She tried to swipe that on the day, remember? Or am I mistaken?
No, not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it.
I already have looked at it. Please don't go through this again.
Mr. Shomes used his caramel bars to make a copy of this, didn't he? And then he ordered every type of music box he could find across the entirety of Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays, though, do we? I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Mr. McGilded's disc. Could it have a clue or somehow?
I have already done that. I already had that figured out even before the trial started.
There's only 2 bullets found on the scene. One could say the whole case has been done and dusted. Alright. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Oh, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes?
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? I suppose. I suppose, yes. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to do that.
It's impossible. Only 2 bullets were recovered by the investigation. Yes, I know.
Right.
Don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. The missed bullet while cleaning his lordship's office as well. I should receive a sound scolding, no doubt. A spanking, if you will.
And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me.
A 3rd bullet. We completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? You think we might find one lying around somewhere?
I'll come back to that after presenting everything else, because it's possible, but after the last summation examination, I'm not going to go ahead and push when I've got nothing.
You don't need a stethoscope to see the truth. Which way you look at it, it was a pickpocket. I mean, is there another bullet hole anywhere?
I mean, there's a broken glass here, but again, that's yet to have been pointed out compared to how it was here. Press?
So if I've understood you correctly, you need 2 pictures. A left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly. Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions, like this. So if you have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you could do anything useful with them? I think you'll find. But no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is the girl in the dock. How could you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they?
That's been mentioned once or twice.
Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it?
This is a waste of time. Not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. This old man who's never, not once, stated an actual credible reason as to why he believes someone's guilty. Never once. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with the trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Was my guess before correct that he was the person that operated on Sherlock?
I mean, there was no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. That's quite an inexplicable, wouldn't you think?
Or was it the victim? I almost don't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Lich? No, Herlock? No, Herlock.
Herlock Shomes, by any chance?
Yes, good lord! That was the Herlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Shomes? Small world!
That's right. Using very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, let me tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I can remember correctly. There he said he had been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and I couldn't find a bullet anywhere. I'm afraid I'd thrown up my hands and stitched the fellow back up.
I hate to state the obvious, but...
Yes?
Surely that's because the other bullet was at the scene of the crime of the shooting.
The Council of Defense is correct. As clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulking Brothers fired at Shomes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body from the lodging into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging at the door.
I think you'll find that it's quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Ah, who do you think I am, son?
A juror number 4 is the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying you checked his back?
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign the bullet had left the body at all.
What?
That's the point. The logical conclusion is that the bullet is still somewhere in the man's innards. That's exactly why I set up about slicing him up. If I'm still none the wiser even now, how many times do I have to say it? Can someone please explain to me how... Can someone please solve this mystery?
It's almost as much a mystery as how the jury was put together. Pretty much, yeah. Because 4 out of 5 of these are people that we've already seen. One of them is someone that we've seen in the paper and is clearly a counter-revolutionary. Or a revolutionary. I had a feeling he was going to come into this. But, yep. It's pitting him against the lady about the bullets. The accused attempted theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. Whoops, that's not right.
Hold it!
What do you mean, you're in for a busy day?
I get to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I'm a communications officer, stop.
A communications officer? Does that mean you have something to do with sending telegrams?
Everything from personal messages written by the members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all messages into Morse code and then tap them out into the entire world electronically.
The entire world?
Thousands of miles of cable run under the sea, stop. A worldwide communication network, stop. Information transmitted to all other corners of the globe, stop.
Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about the radio waves.
I specialize in communicating information from the government, departments, and newspaper offices.
I see.
I'm sure I will have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. No sleep for me tonight, I imagine.
Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I am a ballistic expert. Many shootings, none. Thing I don't know about guns. I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I am visiting London sightseeing. I would like to take the bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. A visiting. So you're a ballistic expert. Who knew? Ballistics expert. I have much experience with guns. Ah? I have lived through many, how you say, extreme, violent deaths of, blood of...
extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps?
Those! The extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue.
Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue.
Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There's nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve.
You're confident about his knowledge of guns, that's for sure.
But if possible, please, only Russian language.
Not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear that in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets.
Oh, so it's them two first.
Ben seeks his men to convince everyone. When you have to eliminate the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. We're going to fight back. We need more material. We're going to have to fight back. We have to make this trial go good.
Go good trial.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, ballistics expert. Pitting, P-I-T-T.
On the night in question, Mr. Shomes was shot by one of the skulking brothers. But since there was no sign that the exit wound on his back, we have to assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Shomes' body either. Furthermore, the bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Shomes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you.
This apparent contradiction of the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I've seen very similar situation in Motherland.
Is this guy doing, I've only really noticed now the, I've noticed over, obviously, the W's over V's. But I'm starting to think maybe he's trying to do a Bugs Bunny's, what's he called? Hunter, the Hunter in Bugs Bunny. He's got a name, I can't remember it now. I think it's possible he's doing that voice.
I've seen very similar situation in Motherland.
Nah, I'm gonna go back to not just Russian.
It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away from Mountain Road in freezing cold.
Golly.
The snow was piling high in both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers were hunting rifles, and they were dogs on sleds and on dog sleds.
I don't know. Don't ask too many questions.
I was shot from behind and fell down in snow. And the situation is very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how you say, exit wound.
Then where did the bullet go?
Bullet never hit me.
Well, if it never hit you, where did you fall down?
Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced body. It made deep wound that looked like bullet wound.
Good gracious.
Of course, piece of ice melted inside me. That is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
Okay.
But that doesn't answer the question at all.
The shooting happened in the pawnbroker's shop. There's no snowy mountain road in another country. There's only snowy mountain roads in another country.
Just the idea, but we might not act looking exactly at the same scenarios here. I don't know what he... Okay.
Runa? Where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Oh, well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he wears a little pouch on his belt.
Pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. That's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch that Mr. Shomes was wearing?
Oh, well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when we arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may... Lord Van Zieks, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during the summation examination. I would inform the defense that I have a pouch in question in the antechamber outside of the courthouse. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived at the scene, I found Mr. Shomes injured. They removed the pouch in order to access the wound.
Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it had been in my safekeeping along with the other evidence relating to the case. Yes, I hold all evidence and I don't show any of it to you because I am the best. I can personally vouch that in fact, it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during the summation examination, I must demand that the prosecution presents the item in question with full speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Shomes' pouch.
Let me guess, it's got a bullet in it or something.
Let's see. This is the pouch worn by Mr. Shomes on the night in question, is it?
Look at that! One of the files is broken and the lever around the scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded?
Exploded?
So at that night, the bullet from the Skulking Brothers' gun struck Mr. Shomes' pouch.
And the glass vial exploding caused the fellow's injury.
Bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into wall of shop.
Delightfully complex aroma.
Well, it would appear that one mystery has been solved at least.
Though it has no bearing on the case of this case.
You're drunk, aren't you?
The bludgeoning brothers shot the defective and the accused shot of pawnbroker. This permeates the facts of the case. Remains unaltered. But the mystery has been solved. I can sleep easy at night. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to the bearing on the conundrum has been solved, the court will sequester the stuffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Thank you. No summation examination. We heard the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Let me look at that first, please. Bullet is still here. Oh, look, there's a hole in the back. Doesn't look like much of a bullet hole, but clearly a hole left by something. It must have pierced it somehow and left the hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. Holmes says his pouch beating. File has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck.
If the bullet hit the chemical in the vial, it would have been a really big explosion.
Big bullet.
Well, Hurley's potions and the chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. But it's also very tricky to handle, safely at least. Very, very dangerous.
Oh.
I'm sure when that vial broke, the chemical inside would have ignited.
Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of Shomes in the future. The left is the danger zone. I've also just been thinking, I think it's because the reason why I got a bit more heated about Naruhodo's not being so smart at times is because during the first trial, I felt like he was a lot more smarter than led on. Like, he didn't have any experience in law and he was basically under the threat of being executed or facing severe crimes, right? Severe sentences. And yet he was better than his own lawyer, or his best friend who was a lawyer. He never gave up despite the fact that his friend kind of did. That's what like made me think, okay, so Ryunosuke is actually pretty good as a lawyer. He clearly knows what he's doing to some degree. Like, he knows basic contradictions. Like, I don't know. I feel like that might have set himself up to be more highly smarter in my mind, and then that seemed hurt more knowing that I thought he was supposed to be smart. Whatever. I'm just trying to understand my own mind of why I got so heated at him at that point. The games have done worse things before, the Ace Attorney games. Regardless, let's continue. But am I right in thinking that the bullet is still lodged inside? Yeah, no, it's talking about the bullet hole, but not the bullet that didn't inside.
These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions.
Homemade?
Yes, like fingerprint powder to show up where people have been touching things, and a scent amplifying solution to intensify the smell of lingering on an object.
That's amazing.
They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable.
Mr. Shomes' walking bomb. Either way, he's passionate about finding the truth or oblivious to the dangers. Yes, can we open this up? It's really scorched badly just there.
Oh, the strap's broken, look!
Must be where the bullet hit, then.
Let's see.
There it is. The bullet has been found. What the? Iris, look! Behind the broken vial is... Do you see?
Ah! That's the Skulking Brothers bullet!
Look, stroke of luck. It hit the pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is... There were 3 bullets fired at Windybanks that night.
We found exactly what the juror was talking about, the 3rd bullet!
It's time we press that juror again, I think. Found it. Please, my lord. Just a little more time. For all the new piece of evidence. Could be a valuable clue. And you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around somehow. I'm sure of it. Yep. Good. Now I can push this. Is there another clue? I can prove it. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windybank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Shomes' pouch. What? The pouch was removed from around Mr. Shomes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it had been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulking Brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever! We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired by Mr. Shomes.
It was clearly in the photographic print.
Ah!
The 2 guns at the scene have already been submitted to the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windybanks, and that belonging to the Skulking Brothers.
The examination of both guns revealed that only one single bullet had been fired from each.
Ah!
But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment.
Ah! Ah! Oh, my chest. Order! 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 While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. The facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination.
By Juniper!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
Well now, we are really not pushing that bloodstain part yet. I bet by all my bets here that we're going to get to a point where he's going to be like, there is no more evidence to present. And Renus is going to be like, I've lost. I have nothing left. And then Iris is going to be like, you go crazy too quickly. There's clearly something you can present. And Renus is going to be like, I guess. Sorry, but I'm so ready for that to happen. Governor!
Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out his summation and examination? We was, Governor. We was.
Perhaps you could dispense with this tedious preamble. Simply state to answer one question. A 3rd bullet was identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov.
Make of it, Gov. We didn't do nothing.
Oh, God. Don't move on without me.
Make of it, Gov. I didn't do nothing of nothing. I can't help. I can help.
Is it one of yours?
God blimey. God blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What, eh? What? Never. The Skulking Brothers work alone.
It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky. I do like these 2, though. The only 2 bullets found at the scene of the crime originated from the firearms which we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet, which fired from another gun, where is it?
I mean,
That's a head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes.
I would like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet, the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. We can go back over the testimony we've heard, all the evidence we've seen. I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear the 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulking Brothers. Is it that they have another gun? I don't think it's them. I think it is that there's a secret accomplice, because there's clearly shown detail that there is another person at the scene. They had a secret accomplice. If they had another gun, it probably would have been found, right? On the night of Windybanks' Pawnery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
Time to get wasted again. An accomplice, you say? Pigs will. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet all in that time there has been no murmur of a third man, and apparently RAF life beginning exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Prosecution demands the answer in 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, and the accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And then secondly, the identity of this Susato character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I be certain of the identity of the person they're hiding? Counsel?
I'm supposed to prove the existence of an accomplice and reveal the identity even.
Response to the prosecution's demands, my lord. The defense is unable to present answers. I have a feeling that this is a situation where you're not supposed to say that you have the answers. Because technically you don't know the person's real name. The defense is unable to complete that sentence, it would seem. Much less provide any capable answers here.
Yes, it would appear so.
Very well, this trial will now... Wait! Please!
Good gracious, counsel.
I have to keep the momentum going here. I can't give up now.
Just like scientific research, if you ask me.
Sorry?
When you start doubting yourself, thinking you can't possibly work something out, you become...
Okay. If the game's gonna try and make me feel like that was the wrong answer, then I'm just gonna go back and go ahead and say that, yeah, I do know. If the game punishes me for this, then I'm gonna be just as much pissed off. Defense is ready. I believe I can provide all answers to the prosecution's demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you think you have something to say. Promises to be interesting. Yep, nope. I should have trusted my own gut. It's just that when this game does this kind of thing, I don't know. Why even give me the option to say I want to or I don't? Because ultimately, if the game is going to be pushing me to answer anyway, why give me an option to be like, I don't? Man, you're a goddamn idiot for saying that. I need every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. Counsel, present it on the night in question. Moments leading. What proof do you have that it was a third intruder on the scene? Presented the scene.
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio.
By Jove, the portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. Claim one of the blood samples proves the existence of the third intruder. Well, which one is it? Really could have done this at the very goddamn beginning, couldn't we?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? It appears to be some green paint of something around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a bloodstain, my lord.
Bloodstain? Shrek?
Green blood. Curious even for you. The court is to understand that the intruder is some unhumane creature. It's something that developed by Mr. Herlock Shomes.
By a great detective. No invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stores. Stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This foggy sprays a chemical that reacts differently different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes. Everybody's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, we can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Oh, that brings a whole new dimension to looking at blood.
Talk of blood. Stop. In the courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop.
As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybag.
Ah, striking blue.
Yes, so you see the green color in this bloodstain on this calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Oh, fire there, young man. Could be from unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it could not be related. No, it's not unrelated. Sorry. The date showing the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windybank was killed.
By golly.
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood was it?
And who blows what it?
Sorry, there was so many voices to keep in mind of here. Well, the skulking brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must have been the blood of someone else, a third party, in fact.
Objection.
Whose identity the courtroom is still waiting to hear. Not to lie this any longer, my learned friend. Who's the alleged third intruder?
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? What on earth are you talking about, Counsel?
He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. No, it's not. Ryunosuke, that's not true. We proved that it was Eggert who was actually in the wrong, who was trying to steal. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. With a gun! Broker?
Yes?
I believe this filthy pickpocket thief has just redeemed an article from you. No?
Yes.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be fully returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give it back to me, give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music boxes, discs in two. Inspector Gregson was there at the time, so he can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Mr. Windybank to print showing the following.
Why is it in the 3D characters instead of a drawing? Come on, guys. We weren't that pressed for time, were we?
Taken from one of his red-handed recording gubbins.
Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windybank this morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulking?
I've never seen that geezer before in my life.
On me life, Governor. On me life. I've never seen him.
Well, this is somewhat
unsurprisingly. It appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can.
And show us evidence.
Agreed. Must show proof the clean cut that gentleman in the photograph is a filthy criminal as you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I had a feeling that something had been missing from this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it in, kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man in this picture of this photographic print was in fact the person who was struck by the third bullet. It's the disc, right? It better be the goddamn disc.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on this afternoon, the day in question, the defendant attempted to deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim the disc from Windybanks.
which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defense's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time, and it was following this that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, here's the disc for you.
Very well. I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Now wait a minute. That disc is mine.
Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless but sharp metal protrusions on the surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Bennett's finger to bleed. Wasn't he wearing gloves, though? I think that was something of point. See, that's another, like, plot hole. He's wearing gloves, so how does his fingers bleed? I'm fairly certain he was wearing gloves. Hold on. Do we have that picture as evidence? No. God damn it. And resulting smear of blood is visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a bloodstain, is it?
And my assistant and I have analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the result into this portfolio.
I say,
It's green.
that's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was at Windy Banks earlier in the day, is an accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night.
So there was someone there.
Look at those two brothers now, they're sweating bullets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore the gentleman's apparent presence.
This has gone long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of the law. You're not allowed to be able to do anything that gets you an advantage. Look, Shomes, you say? Yes, I've heard that name. Protagonist of a series of short stories of vulgar classes. A god of detection of some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by fantastical persona of the highest court of the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? These samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to your successfully proving that no other blood in the world could turn the same color. Well... Look at my booties. And pray, do you not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Shomes' word for it? Is he right? Is Mr. Shomes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he's a great detective. What are you talking about? I can't let him go away with it. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Shomes' invention isn't going to be enough recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I just remembered something what Father Christmas over there said before about how he was temporarily suspending summation examination.
So in other words,
examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief. What did you say, young girl?
And the summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues, is in the hands of 6 jurors, isn't it?
fuck.
So as I see it, it doesn't matter whether there's certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right.
Young lady, you have quite a devious mind. As it really comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Shomes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson. Sharpshooter.
Man, Iris, you're like way better than Susato. I'm glad she's gone.
After that shrewd percease of the situation from the entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for the final leadings of the matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to a fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Two calls guilty, four for call for not guilty. Such the outcome of the summation examination.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to do real priest work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
Fucking what? I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. You are clearly okay with it when they were all saying when they were saying guilty, but now they're not agreeing with you, so now it's suddenly not acceptable? Wow! The trial will continue.
You shot me through the heart and you're to blame.
Nevertheless, we'll find ourselves in rather awkward position. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night.
Could I say something? Who is that, please? Who spoke?
It was me, my lord. Juror number 5.
What have you say, madam?
If possible, Inspector.
Me, ma'am.
I was wondering if you could show the photographic print to me once again, the one that the gentleman shown. Ah, right. Yeah, you mean this one? Of Mr. Benedict?
Yes, there's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, do you mean to say you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What?
No. Good gracious!
Yes, let's make sure that every jury member has a conflict of interest. Let's just make every single one completely conflict of interest. Lord Zeeks was right that they're not capable of delivering a just verdict, but he was not putting that point forward when he was winning. Let's be honest here.
Order! 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 Jury number 5. How on earth?
As a communication officer, stop. We can clearly see the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. A communications officer, stop. He works at my office, stop. He's wearing gloves. Plot hole. He's wearing gloves. He couldn't have been stabbed by the music disc protrusions because they were small. His gloves should have been torn. For goodness sake, guys. Come on. Am I wrong there? Fine.
A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station right now. Stop. Tapping away on his telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't seem right. I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day whenever he gets up at night. Depending on what he gets up at night.
Yes, I suppose that is it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
If the gentleman is in London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within an hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements, with all haste!
Yes, your lordship bids. Fuck all of this shit.
The court will take recess for 1 hour. And when the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson.
Yes, my lord.
I would like to hear from you specifically about the events of the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir. With my lord. Yes.
Very well, court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
To be continued. Whew. Should we be getting this all done in one stream?
I think we will.
Hopefully. Because I don't want to start another stream and just be like, oh, we're an hour in and the game's finished. 17th April, 12:41. Still got about 40 minutes. Oh, wait, no. An hour? Did he say 1:40? Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Starting to feel warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? Why'd you go all for this trouble and fighting so hard for the likes of me?
What? Oh, you saw it? That picture!
What picture?
Ah, the one, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder?
Are those the 3D models as well? I guess it is. These looked a lot more drawn to me.
Well, I didn't think that it would capture a scene like this for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that is gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you have to have your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Huh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a whole load of information, but we'd really like to hear it from you.
Alright then.
It was after we had a dinner at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't go to sleep. So I slipped out, went down to the streets to a 2-on-1. To the 2-on-1. The 2-to-1. To Windybank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of Baker Vales. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Shomes don't like. Something he don't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Windybanks.
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, didn't I? I stuck the lock in and stuck inside. It was dark as you'd like in there. I give the old like a lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when...
What do you think you're doing?
Ah! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew. I grabbed the gun off the counter and I was waving it in the air like, I don't know what.
Right, so she was startled and grabbed the gun.
Ah, so you're the girl who was here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went for armed robbery.
The Mandel script. Have you got it here?
Mr. Holmes.
Did Holmes leave a load of papers with you? A story?
I beg your pardon?
The Hound of the something or other. It's here. I want to see it. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner rather die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Shomes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, will you? For pity's sake.
So then, the alcove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there all right, the manuscript. Shomes wasn't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main of the shop. The Skulting brothers arrived on the scene, yes? What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me, some burglars' contentions here tonight that I don't know about.
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
Now, don't be foolish, young girl.
Wait, I'm doing the judge's voice.
Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out to the shop. I hung back into the storeroom like he said, standing with my ears, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was about to go out into the storeroom myself when...
Bang, bang. 2 gunshots.
I had a couple of shots go off, 2, I think, at the same time. And then there he was at my feet, lying down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom, so I slammed it shut, locked it as quick as you'd like. But because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you. Yeah. So I went to grab the alcove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But then I got a better look at him. I knew. Windybank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, a bit kind of dizzy. Then after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must have been when you passed out, Gina.
If I ain't done what I'd done, the alcove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you told us?
Of course I did. They didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I keep telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me. You'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there in this afternoon? That Egget Benedict.
He definitely has the motive.
I still remember how he looked at me, like I were nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all into Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto? Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bugger off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh? I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook, you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of a murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. And I was sure that no one was going to believe that it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. There was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside of me I couldn't help but thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Still, since then, I came to realize that if you want someone to believe in you, you just have to believe in others and the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry, I won't let you down. Even though I'm a driver and a no-good liar, you're not like Mr. McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, I...
Defendant Gina Lestrade and legal representative. Court proceedings about to resume. Yes, that was literally an hour of you explaining everything about your character to each other. But let's go. Court is about to resume immediately. Please head to the courtroom.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Whew.
April, 1:41. The Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court of order to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena has been delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, so it seems. I see. Let us turn our attention to the Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court in the morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
And though the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes a compelling argument, I cannot permit untried methods to be used in the evidence of my courtroom. There's evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building.
Thank you, officer. We show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Egbert Benedict. Okay, I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Let's see if he gets swoozy with his moves.
Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord, any upstanding member of the London Society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name for the occupation for the court record.
Ashley Grayson, Communications Officer.
Mr. Grayson and I both work at London Central Communications Station. I am totally not biased in any way. Now, perhaps someone would kindly explain what this is all about.
You are apprised of the situation by the court officer on the way here, I presume.
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street.
And some nonsense about me having been there the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed.
This is really beyond a joke, you know.
Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Grayson. You will respond to the accusations made against you under oath.
Well, yeah. Gladly, my lord, gladly.
To be honest, a lot of the breakdowns and, like, nervousness of the characters haven't been real great in this game. The first trial had her chick swan hat go crazy, which was crazy good. But then the second one was her crying into her hands. The third one was the first case with McGilded, which there was no killer, so the breakdown was just him laughing in court, I guess. Which again, meh. The fourth breakdown was just the wife falling into her husband's hands and then them both falling over. That was pretty mild. And again, it was just another accident. This game is filled with accidental killings, isn't it? So this one better be insanely good. Otherwise, I'm just going to be disappointed with the breakdowns of this game. It might be the game's worst, the game with the worst breakdowns. The accusation. Naturally, I have the occasion to make use of the pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting that I could collude with these thugs to break into the place of the night of the murder?
I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusations.
Even if the certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, some acrimonious detective's homebred tenuture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
So you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say I'm dismayed. From the highest court in the land, to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. And it was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem that we have misfortune of the most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How am I expected to be detained here? How long am I? If the following the defense's examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established,
You will be free to leave immediately.
good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea and some small conciliation at least.
Let us not hold up Mr. Gayson any longer than necessary, counsel. Please proceed with the cross-examination.
So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Grayson? Or Graydon? My apologies, you are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchanted. Enchante. So. I trust we can conclude this quickly. I am not holding your flashy hat while we do. Okay. Why? What was the point of that? Is he got something in his hat? Is it in a court record now? Nope, okay. Although we can look at the bullet. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out he never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick layer of the pouch that he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's been lucky like that. Well, considering that what he had to go through in the hospital. You know, it just occurred to me. Susato and Sherlock Holmes actually both had a discussion before she left. So, Shomes is just pretending to be comatose right now. I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Naturally, I have the occasion to use the prom boating services from time to time.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place in the afternoon, in the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. These two are looking at him. So, it was Mr. Eggert Benedict. I would like to do something. I believe, tell me, what made you objection? The witness here is to testify the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. It's going to be tricky. Well. But you're not seriously suggesting I would collude with the thugs to break into this place on the night of the murder?
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Except by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in black. This is a farce. Whose idea is it to permit an outsider to work the British court anyway? Lord Chief Justice. Well, needless to say. I have no intention of admitting such outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Okay. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? Snoozing away. That is past an hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. Rapscallions? You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains that he is not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the present witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion.
True that.
You can't prove a negative, bro. So you will fulfill the obligation before putting more unreasonable questions to the witness.
Yeah.
A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties here claim that the blood was found at the scene. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Shomes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shomes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Shomes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know his name. He's a he's a renowned detective. Even so, even you are unable to bring yourself to say even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the way of fairy tales, aren't we? Oh my.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
Oh, what, me?
No, Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times do I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not big bruv sulky. Mr. Nash Sulkin.
Eh? God blimey. What you? Am I gonna win?
Is it not the case that Mr. Graydon, who just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Gosh. Would you care to share the thought with the court?
Eh? Me thoughts. I had done nothing. I don't have none of them. It must have been him.
You what?
Luigi, you can't be saying this to me.
God, my throat is not healed from doing his voice yet. Mr. Nash Sulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon spoke? Nothing, honest, nothing. I wasn't thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, it'd open the wound up again, that's all. The wound? What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago, so he ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, was worrying for him is all. And... Oh, hails bells.
Luigi, you fucked up.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Fucking hell, damn it. What?
Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm.
My lord.
Yes, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer everything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet on the wall, the person who was likely hit in the upper arm or whereabouts. Perhaps you would allow the court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently grasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You've shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I am utterly completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery?
My lord, the defense would like that last statement added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. I guess we're forgetting about that whole part about him saying that he was not wounded when he clearly was. Continue with your testimony.
Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. I was wondering if his note was going to be there, but privacy floor plan. Do we not have that picture? Why do we not have the picture in our... Would that not be the perfect evidence to show right now? I have nothing to do with the pawnbroking establishment. I was just literally talking to the person in the picture. Are we seriously pretending that that doesn't exist? Okay, I guess we're just carrying on. God damn it. Naru Herder, why don't you just add things to...
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on our very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to pawnbrokers. I currently am on the lookout for an armchair to flourish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, no, we've literally got an inspector who literally testified to the same...
Excuse me.
To the same effect. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Hey, come again. Some shine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in pawnbrokers that afternoon. You and your young Japanese assistant and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, the witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, no. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Okay, screw you then. But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here?
Reggie showed us the picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed on Windybanks.
Yes, of course.
Indeed, the gentleman pictured here strikes a bearing resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Grayson was in the shop on an afternoon in question.
At no point have I denied that fact. I was merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale with a word and have a word with the broker. Nothing more.
I'm totally lying through my teeth because that's what a good detective does. Or inspector, rather.
Makes no sense. I understand why Grayson might be covering his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, huh? What do you think, Reno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. A complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little of information from the witness's lips. And thanks to the Salkin brothers. And that's all thanks to the Salkin brothers. Yes, they were the key after all. So he says that he has nothing to do with the Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look at the court record. Good idea. We never know what tiny scrap of information might become a valuable weapon. I love how they look at him. Okay, let's take a look-see then. Redemption ticket for the Kurt. That's for the box. The Kurt one is the one that he wanted the Kurt. But I don't think that's it. Okay, nope, nope. 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 See, the problem is with this, is that the only real evidence I have to contradict here is evidence that they're already saying, yeah, no, you're not allowed to use that. So I'm kind of... It's putting me in this awkward position of, do I just present the disc again, being that he clearly wanted this? Am I supposed to drag that out of him, being like, have you seen this? Do you want this? Do you want it? Do you want it? Huh? Do you want it? Is that supposed to be what it is? Because I don't see anything that's contradictory besides things that have already been stated to not be the case. To not be allowed, rather, by the judge. So Winterbank's testament appears to be at the back of the photograph, right? Oh, a redemption ticket neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of ink. Paper, so you had nothing at hand. Rare side now. Alright. Looking at this evidence. Is it going to be this?
Just on the off chance, let's look through his other statements as well. Naturally, I have occasion of using the pawnbroking services from time to time. So you're suggesting I conclude the bugs and matters, breaking on the night murder. I have no intention of admitting such outrageous accusation. Some scarp-mouched detectives' homebrew tinniture can't be taken as serious evidence. Nothing to do with the... He has nothing to do with the pawn shop broker. He has nothing to do, and they said look at even for the smallest amount of information. Am I just pointing out the bullet again? Is that what I'm doing? There was another bullet, meaning that clearly... I don't know.
Objection.
Nope. Grayson, we have very clearly... Careful... well, yeah, apparently it's allowing me this, but it's probably going to be say like, nope. We have very clear, careful analysis here, along with the blood samples of the portfolio, and the one matches your blood perfectly. My learned friend's free to analyze the evidence in any way he sees fit, but the court is free to discard its results. Meaning? I've said many times already that the detective's plaything has no sway in the courtroom. His lordship has ruled accordingly on the matter. Right. If it will not do, counsel, the jury will disregard the so-called evidence. Grayson, please contradict your testimony. Very well. He was definitely there at the scene of the night. Just have to find another way of proving it. Prove that he was there at the scene of the night. Prove that he was there. Is it really just gonna be the bullet or the music box? I'm gonna save.
Objection.
Okay, let's see how this goes. Have you seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of the murder in a pawn shop in Winterberg shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That afternoon, however, somebody mysteriously appeared and tried to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? I've reiterated numerous times right now, but you are mistaken. This is not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. May have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from the aspiration of the thumb, perhaps? Yes, that's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny little bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc and the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered a minor lacerations. I don't know where this is going, because he could just say, no, and I'm also not going to let you look at my hands. Well, the blood, yes, we're not taking that blood analysis report. Well, the inspector, I didn't see nothing. Seriously, this is just like, I don't know why this is a contradiction, because it really felt like everything was like saying, no, you can't point to the blood. You can't get him to say that he, like, the inspector's not going to tell you what actually happened. So while the blood disc bears the remnants of the skirmish is a form of smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question bears the remnants also, a form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Grayson, you refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you going to refuse us to allow to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of the blood on this disc.
Ah. Well, well.
It would seem I've underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
I got a scratch, but it's nothing to do with this incident. So you admit it now? You admit that you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant?
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear that there's been some sort of misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It would be quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some kind of crime of taking back taking that which you own out of the pawn? Dude, seriously, all you had to do was say, nope. That scratch was completely irrelevant. I got it from doing my work, and I accidentally stabbed my thumb on a fence as I was walking by. I didn't feel like I needed to tell anyone, so there you go. Seriously, there was so many better ways to get out of this. What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you wish to tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish.
Though I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There is a note on the disc saying for McGilded. Mr. McGilded. But there is an item. That item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy Gatling, on the day in question. I proceeded once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? Mr. McGill, did you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of this distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good Lord! And Grayston! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I clearly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
But what Gina told us, the disc was placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. It appears... So he appeared at that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on Mr. McGilded's disc for some reason. One more sip of my drink. And it's all gone. Right.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
But I will. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, the communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So as you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Whilst I pawned is why I pawned my black overcoat to the pawnbroker in question. So you claim that it was your overcoat? Obviously. And in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. So instantly we can prove that that's not true. The overcoat was McGilded's and it was covered in blood. So hard to tell that's true. And there's a note on it that reads from McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my pendant in that area.
So, the disc in question.
It is pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention anything of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Mr. McGilded threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means if we dig it too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear, it's complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, filthy guttling on the day in question. So you're saying that Mr. Lestrade lifted the ticket from the pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of the danger while walking into stabularious areas, quite frequent. I am not going to corroborate that this man clearly put a gun on you, sir.
Objection.
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance. The girl is a regular offender. But you came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windy Bank. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. Please bring your evidence before I shove it up your arse. My little friend, veritable nonsense.
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, are we clear?
Yes, my lord. It's not like I have a detective who could verify everything because he's clearly not doing his job. Inspector, I mean. Yeah, he's not cool enough to be a detective, is he? Continue with my testimony from what useful it can be. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain the situation and redeem my article.
Hold it.
Had you ever been to Windy Banks before? Only once, for the purpose of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing such establishments. So when you noticed the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice it at first, of course. Such is the art of pickpurse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat from the thief. I think the main gist is that the ticket was wrote out to McGilded. Maybe I need to get a date off him, maybe? I was trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Heck, He can say what he likes, but I know that we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Ask for a date! In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, if it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has any connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
Last remark Mr. Gregson made in his testimony seems to trouble you in some way.
No. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave me alone.
Well, let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should all know that by now.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Manzakes? Manzakes, please.
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out and are not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna have to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's that all about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here.
Well, wouldn't appear that the inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty. He's appeared to have revealed everything he's at liberty to reveal. Graydon, please return to your testimony.
What a fucking waste of time. There's no reason to break into the shop late at night. But perhaps you had seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh? The value brought in by the police had to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article in the shelves was common or garden brick by brick. Bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later in the day in order to steal something, in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? If I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police this afternoon. There was no more in the shop than that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply have no reason to break in. There was nothing of Mr. McGilded's left in that shop that night. Nothing that man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. You know, if you have evidence, let's have him have it. I'm dying to see what that irritably assured expression of his to crumble. Wait, so that's what we're pushing on? Gilded swapped the disc into his coat pocket and disposed it at Windy's bank. Then he realized that he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder. He threatened Gina and forced him to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it, the witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything that left behind by Mr. McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's been very strange about all this. Must be a reason for that, I'm sure. Why don't we... I just don't know what it is. Now we need to focus on exposing the fact that Gregson is lying in his testimony. So, is it that there's something else for him to take, or is that just him pondering? Because I know that the main problem is that the cur is not his. It's Mr. McGilded's. I think that's the best one to present it on. The ticket wasn't stolen from you because you never had it. It was Mr. McGilded's, obviously. It's also got blood on it, obviously.
Objection.
No, apparently not. Apparently that is not what we're pushing for. Blood on a ticket? The redemption ticket that he'd have to use? Nah. Nah. Mm-mm. I mean, maybe he's saying that the cut doesn't belong to him, but the disc does. No reason. Is something else then? There was 2 discs he wanted, but do I have anything to state that? Maybe in here. With, sorry, but a lot of this evidence just overlaps, doesn't it? It's just word of mouth again. Like he said there was 2 discs. He wanted another one. So that's why he'd want to go back to get it, but get in and find it, but how is this not a contradiction? It's got blood on it. Is it like just a different one I need to present it to? Do we have even any evidence that states that the cut has blood on it? We don't. Because Naruhodo doesn't know how to take good evidence. Hold up the device. Shomes pouch. None of that's necessary. Okay, I'm gonna present the ticket again to this one.
Objection.
No. Okay. I guess I'm just insane.
Objection.
I know this has just gotten to the point where I'm just throwing shit at the wall right now. But I'm so done with this. It's like there are multiple pieces of evidence that overlap one another to the point where it just gets ridiculous. Because again, I'm gonna freak out if it turns out that I'm trying to present the exact same thing, but it's actually I'm supposed to present the blood sample that clearly shows that the thing had Fire Mason's blood on it, meaning that it wasn't his.
Objection.
Mm-hmm. Okay, time to press everything again. So that was our overcoat. Obviously, my hairstyle cleaning forgot to point it out. So does that mainly state like don't point out that it's not his coat?
Hold it.
Or is it? Because the game's been confusing about this.
Objection.
Yep.
Hold it. Hold it.
Is that right?
Again, anything that the connection to McGilded. That's what the detective said, at least when he sees the disc. That's like, so that, the skirmish of that wastrel, I snagged the end of the thumb at the same time. Not something I should be aware of. Didn't exactly know the man very well anyway. For all, I'm merely a communications officer with pendant for music boxes. Point purses.
Hold it.
No right, no desire. There's nothing of value.
He's like, there's nothing of value.
Nothing of Mr. McGilded's left in that shop that night. Nothing that man might have been after. But if that's really true. There's some evidence. Let's have him have it. Trying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. I really hope it isn't what I've been trying to get at. Alright. Just to be sure, I don't even know if I actually presented it to this statement yet.
Objection.
Let's go ahead and reload. There's nothing else that I can get from pressing, I don't think. No reason.
Objection.
Blood. Nope. Going through literally all of the statements, the ways I can actually make this argument, because there's way too many overlapping evidence pieces. The pawnbroker's ticket box. It would not be this. I'm flat out rejecting the notion that he was going for the manuscript.
Objection.
Nope. McGilded. That's the man you defended. Yeah, whatever.
Objection!
Okay. I presented this. Redemption ticket on the right. And it's about the box that Shomes deposited. Oh no, wait, is it? He's very neatly written behind. Perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had anything left. Side now. Hold on. This wasn't Shomes's. I was going off the assumption that this was Shomes's redemption ticket, but this is the one that McGilded did beforehand, right? Okay. Nowhere in the evidence does it actually explain that. For all the times that it's overlapping evidence, right? It's not. He doesn't earn that coat, right? That's a clear contradiction. This case has a problem of having contradictions that you're not allowed to pursue. So, like, the game doesn't make it very clear, or it's very confusing what contradictions you're supposed to be directly targeting. What's more, this clearly doesn't say anything about this pawn ticket box wasn't sent by Mr. McGilded. It has nothing. It doesn't state anything about Mr. McGilded. I genuinely believe that this was Sherlock Holmes' redemption ticket for his box. That's genuinely what I think. What I thought. Articles mentioned. It doesn't even give me a signature either. Is it real? I know it's anonymous, right? But it should still state at the bottom. This is the This is a ticket issued for when McGilded put in the box, a small box, right? Am I insane for getting confused about that? Because it gives no indication. Like, I get it if you've been playing this case without any breaks, but come on, man. Come on. This is ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. It's not what I thought it was, but that's more of the fault of the. I'd still say it's the game's fault for not having proper descriptions that actually relay information you're supposed to have. Regardless. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, in any case, this disc was taken to the custody of the police this afternoon. The witness has no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article to pawn at the Windibanks. And this, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There are 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery. The reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with the 2 accomplices, the Skulking Brothers. Gah! This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. Rather vague description, seems to me. Yes, very vague description, game.
Are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbrokery?
Are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal with some trinket box? I believe that there's adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could walk into the shop and purchase it. There's absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. That means, for some reason, the Graydon fella needed the small box to be that very night, didn't he? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery. Rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from the detective's security cameras.
Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
Previously explained, using the plan the shop's whereabouts. Well, the establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One set of cameras that the Mr. Banks received from customers, and the other was set the shelves. Articles were placed for the sale once forfeited. According to the information, the ticket, Mr. McGilden's small box had been forfeited away. 2 days before the incident, 9 o'clock, on the 13th of April to be precise. Which means that it would be on the shelves of the forfeited items the shop front. Now, if I have any other print taken by the cameras around 2 hours before the incident, that's 11 p.m. On the 15th of April.
This victim readily had this full shop, it would appear.
And then we have another print. This one was taken 2 hours after the incident.
I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare.
Box was moved. Box was moved. Box. I don't even need to cross my eyes to see this. The box was moved. Screw you, detective. You can't see shit.
Jamie, it's starting to make my headache.
Obviously, Scotland Yard would consider the theft as possible motive case. We explore the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So you men have already compared these two prints as thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item on the 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that they're exactly the same. There's exactly the same number at present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night of the question. And my learned friend's assertion is that nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Okay. Hey, update. They opened the box and took what was inside and left the box. Fuck. I could never think of that.
I don't believe it. I had shown that it had been stolen Mr. McGilda's pawn box. I might have been able to break him down at least.
Know what, Reno? I've been thinking. Time for me to give you literally all of the information because you clearly can't do it by yourself. Rely on the 10-year-old. Only these 2 photographs are exactly the same.
The box was moved.
What? So, Kensel, what? In the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Back to my question, nothing was stolen from the establishment. Do you accept these prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy between the photographs? Review. There is a moved box. Let's see if there's anything else. It's just the box, really. Can't see anything else particularly. It was literally the first thing I saw, but yes, there's a discrepancy. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
Must identify the location of the question with court counsel.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's still one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view these two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box.
Let me... Wait. It's unbelievable.
By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary!
What this tells us is pretty simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact?
Yes, it's the very same small box as identified on the photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was?
So the box was moved from the shelf. Nothing was stolen.
Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Right, Miss McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. Well, that doesn't affect it was moved. Change things? It changes everything! I believe this changes everything about the case.
How could that possibly be?
The crucial point is the fact that it was moved. What was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider that it might have been inside. What might have been inside the box?
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we need to examine the box as soon as possible. The vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves of the Windybanks as we speak.
It won't be necessary.
A little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for the officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it here without further examination. For further examination.
Well, fuck.
Seriously. Sometimes the most obvious solutions just seem so crazy to these people. Oh, the box was moved. Oh, he probably took what was ever out and just left.
No, that's impossible.
We should have the report in half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while the evidence is being brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks?
This is nothing more but a smoke screen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My lad friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. that the witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth selling in the first place.
Exactly! This would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
Time to get wasted on my greatness. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society, his reputation implied in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. I only won because you sucked as a prosecutor. Let's be clear here. You failed to be a prosecutor that time, and that's why I won. I won basically because you suck. The article upstanding member of society pawned the entirely ordinary. A black overcoat had just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man had tried to make a gift of such sort of a thing to me. You know, it does kind of make a lot of sense. I'm not sure if it's gold or jewels, is it? That goodness knows, Mr. Gilded was rich enough. Can't dispose of cash for brokery, but I'm quite sure of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
And it is cumulent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain on what significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
Well, counsel, your argument is in fact demonstrable. Are you able to show proof of what the disc or that box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well, What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're already related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilded's true character. And we know that the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all of that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? That's why he's doing this now, because he's anticipated everything?
But maybe... could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time.
Alright. The exact significance of things that Mr. McGilded deposited at the bank, it's something only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could be critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here?
Forget about it.
Nah, you obviously gotta have her testify. You're just gonna be like, if there's no relation, then this is pointless. Meh. Have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh? What proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
To do with the various articles. It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windy Banks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear what she has to say. To be fair, she did perjury, but she was clearly threatened into doing it. So, the charges can't be as horrible as they would be if she just lied on the stand for what it was, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of other witnesses have already lied on the stand. This will prove the significance of the article in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of your testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have.
Lord of Enzies, would you care to explain the last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness to hear from the accused herself.
Fine, ignore me, why don't you? So the court will now hear the testimony of defendant Gina Lestrade. The witnesses currently at the stand will have to step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Whew, here we go with Goldilocks. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related to the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. Totally doused the guy in flames, but, you know, worked out, I guess. And now we're here again. Same players in that trial are facing once more. I'm going to win because I'm a good boy. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend? Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. The old brickmaker was stabbed to death in the omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was a prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under the seat of the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having being acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now. I'm sure you'll never figure it out. Who did the deed? 2 months now, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be it that as it may, I recall neither these discs nor this small box being mentioned during the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side.
Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down to about his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. And I'm the fucking judge, for God's sakes.
However, it would appear that Mr. McGill pondered articles of that is an extraordinary case to the omnibus, harboring secrets of which that have been hitherto unaware.
So, Miss Lestrade, please, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth of the commodity sorely lacking in the original statements.
This is it then. Everything's about to come out. Like Van Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down to about my ears. Courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take the risk. The truth is, the Brickmaker Cove in the cabin of the omnibus was in the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard him scream from over me head, and a pair of the roof decks went off to call the slops. That's when McGill slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears no resemblance to the testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Well, then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Miss McGillicuddy's trial. This sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived the court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of the witness and my learned friend is clearly inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies.
That big-headed fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. And don't forget the lawyer from the east. They're all in it together.
You're wrong, the lawyer. Mr. Naruhodo lawyer there didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really supposed to believe that?
Oh, he's really stitched up everyone, isn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Dude fucking died, remember?
Unforgivable! Stop! These lies have to stop! Stop!
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. And I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGillicuddy's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of the calamity that you have plunged yourself into, this may very well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord?
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. Fucking seriously?
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that the Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin
in the cabin, the old... Oh, the omnibus, the old time.
Jesus. Were you hiding in the cabin at that time as well, weren't you, Mr. Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It was pitch black under there, so you can see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me to say. I had to say.
Well, more important that you tell us the truth now. Where are Mr. McGilded and the victim's acquaintances?
I don't know.
But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps a business dealing of some kind?
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then, but I hardly dared to breathe. Then all of a sudden, I heard noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream?
Yeah. It's what gave me away.
I think she is probably one of my favorite characters of this game. I don't know, she just seems dynamic. Wait, hold on. The hell is this guy doing?
Hold it!
The disc you saw... What was the disc you saw, was this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was.
What is happening here?
Excuse me.
Is this something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Grayson? Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Wah! Blimey, what, you giving me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is that discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella?
Pull the other one, sunshine. I think you've got something to talk about with this shady gent like this. I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disc that was so rightfully mine. They've been clearly talking this entire time about the cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the victim witness is taking testimony.
Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about?
Mr. Strad, continue with the testimony, please.
Right, so this time they're going to be, like, fully aware of what's being talked about now.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. Right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Would this disc belong to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but Mr. McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. Then he sat on the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd be stuck with that knife too. And he started asking me a load of questions. Like, what's my name, where I'd lived and all that. He asked me about being a driver too.
But after a while, what happened in the carriage? What had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Ugh. Yeah, that's right. First, there was that kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, a scream came over our head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. Looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove had a knife in his guts. So when they screamed, the driver pulled an horse. The horses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once this carriage came to an halt, the two clothes on the roofs ran off to fetch the slops.
Immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident. That left Mr. McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah. Only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open, a voice from outside.
The driver? Yes. He also testified at the trial, I believe.
Beppo, you motherfucker!
The fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if my memory serves.
A monster himself.
What did Mr. McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when Mr. McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. The pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawn shoppery slipped the mind when he was at the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zykes. Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what it is has got to be worth a few bob.
Yeah, Gina was sure that the disc was worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quarreling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy with it when Mr. McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off in a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Threatened you? How exactly?
Tell me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony to the court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
He said that if I didn't show it up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I'd have to go to the pawn shop and pay money to keep it in lag to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat and with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all.
It would seem that there would only be one logical explanation, my lord.
What Mr. McGilded had the driver deposit at Windybanks is something that he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Thank you, Mr. Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe now we have reasonable understanding of what transpired on the omnibus.
It appeared that a night or 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation regarding this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties discovered it began to quarrel over the piece, Mr. McGilded took what he wanted by force, and at the expense of another man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand as to why yet. 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket, I mean, the cove died right after the trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles for your own?
Well, why not, eh? They were going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have them? Anyway, can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking about ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear that the McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of the disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it had to be worth a bit of brass. He probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord! Evidence of your lordship's requested as the location is ready to the court's inspection, sir. Little white box. The little box deposited by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that this is a key piece in the far-reaching puzzle. Alright, to be continued. I think I'm just gonna try and finish this. It's gonna take all day for me to do this, but this is the finale, I think. Finale of the trial, and then a aftermath, I guess. Meeting with Susato and the ending of everything. With Mrs. Shomes and whatnot. Here it is.
So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited by the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves to be touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
A penis. Ah.
Good gracious. This is no ordinary music box, it seems.
Wow, although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
And if it's too much to expect.
I would like to see... I would think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device to play back this disc, my lord.
So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windybanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It is not Mr. McGilded's disc. This was the disc of the victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell his music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to the curious disc at last.
Wait, my lord!
Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly old music.
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that is fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objections.
But no! The piece of evidence is police... The evidence is police property now. You can't!
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of the prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no judicial... You have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Ah!
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Ooh.
What on earth?
It's only playing 2 notes.
This is certainly not what I call music.
No. Ah, I got it. Morse code. It's Morse code. Just the same note playing over and over again in a irregular sequence.
Mr. Gradian? Graydon?
This is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be. Well, obviously, in fact, it would be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way in the back of the courtroom.
Well, with such much regret, I feel the courtroom must accept this music box offers little in way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. Although it sounds completely broken, but is it? It ain't broken. It's Morse code. Could this music be emanating from the music box? Possibly a new clue? New clue? It could be a new clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
But God, but how could it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever.
This sounds strange, I agree. That's one thing that's bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him is rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. If that is stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? What is the relevance you propose this woeful chiming has on the case? The defense believes that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because it's a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean that sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, you know?
Objection!
It sounds like what we're hearing aren't necessarily music. The sounds we're hearing aren't exactly necessarily music. Well, now you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind? Sure, because if you're not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They got me. I don't know what the answer is. I do.
Bruno? I've examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really? I know. I've already stated this for a fact.
Really, we've been made to produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright, if this music box isn't broken, it must mean that its sound is proceeding to have some significance. It's not musical. Ah, could it be? Is this what the sounds are?
Something just struck me, Bruno. Feel like recently, in the few past hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one the music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was thinking the exact same thing.
You're going to have to press the defense for an answer. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. Pushes you. If your assertion is that the sound produced by the music box is not of the, in fact, music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that the learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof, at least, at the latest. Wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I have of getting this fight back on this trial. Right, I'm gonna join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound of the music box is... I kind of wish we could have shown the lady with the machine, but I think it's this.
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pickpocket Panda. Hardly supportive to your cause.
Ah, no, my lord. I was hoping to look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard the international transmissions along supposedly secured lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Jury number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Stop. Oh, me, sir? What is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communications station as Mr. Grayson, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you worked deals with the government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh, yes, we're not the run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
Hmm. You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from the government departments, there could be nobody perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please, everybody, order!
Please, but this is high treason, Counsel. Deserving of capital punishment.
Too much vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment? So it's words I'd half expect you to know.
A sovereign government, confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay the utmost any price.
Yes, and on that night, 2 months ago... It was a very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill perished. An all-important disc lay unclaimed at the pawnbrokery.
My word.
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside themselves with worry. Because if the disc were discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal the high act of treason, punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have had to have gained entry to the pawnbroker illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would have incriminated him too much if it gotten into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while the pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Respond to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
Witness is reminded that the crime is under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. It is most flagrant offence, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment, but by heinous acts of treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
Okay.
So then, let us proceed, if you may.
You gotta let us have a rabbit puck. Here, Governor, we got things to say. We had things to say.
I chiseled it. Wait, I gotta do the Luigi voice.
Look, Mario, a football. I chiseled it. Name is Nash Sulkin. Occupation is professional buddy.
Name's Ringo Sulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
Well, that's right. We're not what they called the Free Sulkin Brothers.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Goodness. Well, this isn't the,
A mere communications officer could not steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It's some sort of low-class brickmaker negotiating with the Mr. Gilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to that man. Look, all we did was break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known that there was a dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
What is even Mr. Sulking? One missed all do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it now that you admit to the crime, that on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon there.
We did, Gov.
We did.
Quieteth down.
Please, what say you, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea. These two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter. You're getting mixed up with all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up hit job.
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant to the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence.
Small music box has made it into the court record. Let's quickly take a look-see. See how Mr. McGilded sits in the music box the man deposited at Windy Banks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
There's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sound it produces is neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make sense.
I wonder if perhaps the music box means...
Okay, guys, come on. We already figured that out. I was just given the music box, right? Oh?
What is it, Muno?
I've just noticed something about the music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Come on then. What are you waiting for? Oh, let's open it.
Alright, here goes. A second music box.
Look at that. There's another movement on the other side.
So what does that mean? You can set another disc to play on this side?
Yes, I think so. I think so. And it looks like there's two movements linked together.
Are they linked?
So if you had two discs, you could play both back at the same time.
So one's probably for dots and one's for dashes, I'm guessing. So I need another new music disc. A mere communications officer could possibly steal government information. So this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted.
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important...
Where they're all looking at him. Yep.
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never have been trusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop it, you must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regular communications station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. As a team, we are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the missionary. And Mr. Grayson is team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator stop, currently in the presence of an idle stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent encrypted, enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. I must say something, stop.
Wait.
I must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and ministry communication teams. He assisted them during there are no errors important international communications, and he has received a top prize in the cipher cracking conversion 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator stop, currently in the presence of an idol stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you this as a lawyer, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, aren't even Morse code.
They're not?
To anyone with a brain, it would be apparent that you're listening to a music box for even a few seconds.
Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Norse code. Ouch, he's genuinely looking shocked at my ignorance.
It would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, short dot and a long dash. By combining those two in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is an A. This is a B. And when you listen to the sound produced by music, you can hear one tone, don't you? But that sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertions are fundamentally flawed. There's no Morse code. Already proved this is not the case because I've got a music box with two possible avenues here. Really, you shouldn't be surprised. What did I tell you? This music box is nothing more than a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you had considered studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future? Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, this is so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government's secrets were somehow being leaked by them using a music box, so many other things could slot into place so nicely. This still be something we haven't considered? Really looking? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that the music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. The belief is the defense's, at least. Does it displease you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It has already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, not doshes and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Well, then what? Well, it appears the defense has a hypothetical hypothesis to put forward. You'd better present your idea at once, counsel. What do you oppose the music box, which appears to only produce one single note, could have been used to decipher messages of Morse code?
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What?
It appears, my lord, that their two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs into this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens! Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box would be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This is a poor excuse of a lawyer who has absolutely no evidence to support his claim.
Though, of course, if my learned friends were able to present a court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. Then I may remind the court that the witness has pointed out that he was not on the omnibus with Mr. McGildy 2 months ago, striking a deal with discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickbreaker.
Exactly! I had nothing to do with this whatsoever!
Although it has holes, I admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
Between Radian and the victim in the omnibus case must be there somewhere, which I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, you know. Reiterate your testimony if you please, Miss Graydon.
I must, though I don't understand. I maintain exactly what I said at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Some low-caste brickbreaker in relation to the men. So 2 months ago on the omnibus, Mr. McGildy killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing into his name. It seems he lived as an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember very little about him. And what doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed?
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes for all this to work. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to a meeting with Mr. McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Dearie me.
You may have it in for me, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. A bold brickmaker and an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I had some evidence to link the two of them together. I have nothing to add about doubt. Please move on.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's right. Yeah, who else, eh? Silly me, thought
I was up popping over the ladder. Gave all these years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Oh, wait. His voice is Luigi's.
Hey, Mario, I chiseled it. Huh, Ash?
Let me stop you right there, Mr. Stulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, say Mr. Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Huh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Oh, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, because I remember in the old days, and that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute. You wouldn't believe it. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of the old town, less like us.
Is that so?
Luigi. But he was always the leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas, like what you would never have gone through your heads.
Oh, blimey. Ain't that the truth? Remember Millerton's and Sculvin's milk run? That was a corker, wasn't it?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no point in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oh, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? We was answering.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you to your trip down memory lane.
Counsel, we can turn our attentions back to the testimony, please.
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The brother's last sentimental statement. Could I hold vital information relating to the case?
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with detail.
Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more.
A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly is that? Some sort of business? A little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of old fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals and what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask him to elaborate, but on what? Business model, business name, leave it. What's the business model? So, how is your little business work exactly? Well, every morning, down in the hallway, the milkman would come with us with a cart to deliver milk, see? But if you snuck your empties outside the door, he would have left you them full again, right?
So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were.
So you live on the dairy farm or something?
Gordon Bennett, you off your rocker? We did nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right. Nah, we had to do going-ons. Was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers empty with the full ones from anyone who wasn't from our books. A dawdle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an honest bit of fun, that was. That's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Please do not repeat that sentence.
Well, it was what came up with the idea, as she's an evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon? I'm not the milkman.
Yeah, Ash always had his head in the book when we was growing up. Said we was getting himself in education and get out of the slums we lived in.
Oh, I was right. Ragged, I was about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think it. But now look at him now. He's gone to becoming a bunk into a communications officer, ain't he?
Communications officer, Mr. Sulkin.
Shomes and Wilskin's milk run.
No, Iris, don't even think about it. We're gonna skip a lot of this.
Hold it!
Business name, huh? So the business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's right. Millervan and Sulkman's Milk Run, was it?
Yes, that's right.
And where did the Millervan part came from? Oh, that's right. I thought it was Clever Clogs who'd worked that one out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are we to be expected to listen to such a drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was at the mention of the name Millerton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
Yeah, the old man was struggling for money so much that his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon, then, you see.
But Ash will always be a Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all banksome! I've been a Graydon since I was born! Do you really think you could rely on the testimony of these two thieves, huh? Your communications officer attached to a civil service. As such, your personal details will have to be thoroughly checked by the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been a reliable one for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correctly? Did I say that correctly?
Oh, well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out extremely important. I wonder if the key is to making headway with the cross-examination here. It's to be those two brothers. Wait a minute, is Mason his dad? Hold on. Is he related to Mason in some way?
Hold it!
Single man, nothing to his name. Makes sense though, does it? How could a humble brickmaker come to acquire government information? How indeed? Must be somebody else involved in the scene. Somebody give a disc. Appreciate a geel. Dear me. We've got his new... So I think there's got to be something that clearly points out. Is it this? Ah! We got it.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have it here, the notes of from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we know, the victim, the man who we now understand to be negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say... Sakes alive!
Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Milverton, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't!
As I believed I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena your records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential governmental information and selling it on to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by this cross-examination of the witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean? Yes, stealing information, being sent a secret government communication, and selling it onto Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted an elaborate scheme and using the two music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with with McGilded, I always want to say Mr. because I see Mick. But the deal with Mr. McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested,
Mr. McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc to the pawnbroker. And having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybank 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles Mr. McGilded had placed in a pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So the same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, you determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box?
Huh? Huh?
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night of Mr. Windybank was killed, the intruder of the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
A rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs the answering is all of this. To all of this, why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second music disc. The second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Gradian, do you deny all of this actually happened on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense!
Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through your sleeve of your jacket.
What? Ah!
2 nights ago, we know 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself, and one struck the pouch of Mr. Shomes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Gradian, that wound on your arm you would seem to be trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, old China.
He's got you now, old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
I don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? I paid you handsomely to comply. I clearly was a fool to think I could trust common slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid the 10 Guinness to accompany me. That's when I noticed that I'd sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that's all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I can recall nothing of the sort. It's not going to down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense now establishes a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know for one that... We know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers hit the pouch of Mr. Shomes' waist. And the bullet fired from Mr. Wendybank's gun clearly must have been the one caught by Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed, it must. We can't rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. We can rule out the possibility.
And that leads us with one conclusion. Mr. Wendybank was shot with a 3rd gun. Which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. God, I always say Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot that Mr. Wendybank that night is you. I'm pointing at Van Zeeks. You little upstart. You've made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What is that supposed to mean? He is laughing like McGilded did. Or like he's like pushing over the testimony bench here, the same way McGilded did when he got close to being found out. Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of running from the distinguished career I had built for myself in the communication station. But did the thought ever cross your mind that did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I had been at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, it makes me a key witness in that case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocketed girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? This is stupid. His credibility is so fucking far removed, and we're still gonna pretend like this. Now that we've like pointed all blame at him, he's like, oh, now I remember now.
Well, it would seem that we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Finally. Mr. Gradian?
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. That if it's shown that your claim is false, you will have to incriminate yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment of the alleged defendants allegedly sought the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Oh boy. It's better be the last one. Moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling around with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When the Wendybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole of the door, though. The accused in the black coat had shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee. To safety.
I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Good gracious, this is extraordinary testimony.
Yes, I'm not going to explain why I took the gun, I just did.
A claim, sir, under oath. You two have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! Order! Order!
It wasn't my intention to It wasn't my intention to testify this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of murder I did not commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I will tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. You're the truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's clothes. Are you sure about that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that the pickpocketed girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If that coat was somehow shown to harbour fitches of blood, it would be conclusive evidence there.
And it did, but it's not of the same blood. Such an investigation is certainly entirely possible, my lord. What? Only until recently, the German scientists developed a technique of identifying human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurist detective dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas have no use to us here. In science, all in law, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of chemicals reagents used. With your lordship's permission, we could scatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Doesn't look good, Runo. Why not?
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over Ginny's coat. If they test it in the chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I forgot what was happening yesterday.
Don't poof, Ginny, poof.
My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord and Zeeks, make it at once.
Hold on, what the fuck was that? I protest.
On what grounds?
No, wait, it was...
I object to the witnesses' statements.
Or the defense's statements here.
On what grounds?
Oh, well, bullshit.
Oh, that does sound creditable.
I object to the prosecution's bullshit.
Overruled. I'm not listening anymore.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we wait for the results, the defense may proceed with this cross-examination.
Oh, fuck.
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Cross-examination!
Of course, my lord. So cross-examination doesn't go well. If we don't manage to uncover the decisive evidence or really compelling clue now. I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. I guess it's not the final one. Jesus Christ almighty!
Hold it!
getting on to fucking 8 o'clock in the afternoon, guys. Jesus. I really didn't think it'd be this fucking long. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when it suddenly appeared through them. Let's see. They're all still watching. He already had a revolver in his hands. Unfortunately, it wasn't too close. We'd never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah. We're just regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean to say you were near the entrance to the shop? It was the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Over the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in and making it 2 against 1. I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help my little bruv. But the geezer chucked me over the blooming counter.
So I pulled a gun on the old fella and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting a defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment where you were shot? Yes, though it didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Then things crashed to the floor on the counter. These 3 men were bawling. It was exactly at that moment when it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it appeared. When I looked at my arm, I could see that I was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I could not explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine that it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he ever noticed that I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, I didn't think it didn't quite strike home.
When I
pulled a gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he scarpered through the door out back. At which point, what did you do?
I pursued the man who shot himself in the storeroom. I could see through the peephole of the door, though. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole at the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid made of stout wood. But there's a small opening about edge height that lets you see what's going on in there from the outside. Apparently I should know that. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Look at my eyes. Look at that girl. And what about you burglarizing others? Burglarizing brothers? Did you see what happened with this people as well?
Not likely, Glove. I didn't see nothing short of nothing of the sort, God.
I thought these 2 buffoons were aware of the people's existence. The Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Saw the swordroom. The broker of that young girl was standing there too.
Pendant?
The very same. The girl raised her hand and pointed it at the straight at the man. A gun.
And then what did you see next?
The accused of the black coat shot the black coat shot the man in the back as if he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, that's the crime I discovered. The defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And we've already established that Mr. Graydon, that the bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, that wasn't the broker's gun, and the pickpocket had when I saw her. The bullet from Newbanks grazed my arm, yes, and the Skelton's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. Brooks' gun was not a third weapon, so clearly it had to be a third firearm involved. On other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, Broker turned to run. And at the moment, the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains were invisible now, but the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winnibag's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milliverton's blood from when Mr. McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying, but if they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. They won't, unfortunately. We can't use it as evidence in support of this case. Father. She tossed the gun at the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. Why? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started to walk over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. And of course, I quickly retreated, and then Joe dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without blinking, I picked it up. I was supposed to be worried about leaving it just there, in case so many more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left to clear up my lackeys. I left the clear up to my lackeys as I left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute over there told us to tidy up. He thinks he's blooming mums sometimes. Well, I'm paying you enough. Good, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
What the fuck is happening here? You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize that you were violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this Steve's got a bit of a hooligan, isn't he? What's going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me the whistle. I haven't been heard my rights. On the place, isn't he? He said, Didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Why the flaming people at the door? Sorry about that. I might be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, blimey. The way you're looking at me, I can tell you give the D's you give D's gives me the willies. D's nuts. Got him. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get those worked up as that. He normally wouldn't grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. It was normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, it was definitely out of character.
My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found all in the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were a result of a splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me.
See? What did I tell you? No! The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. And before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, Magnus McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. I don't care about reality, I just want to see the girl hang. Well, the dead cannot speak, is that right, McManey's friend? Sorry? Well, they can when you get to, Phoenix Wright and the crazy Maya Fey bullshit. Talking to the dead becomes a normal thing then, but at this point in time, no. We don't have spirit mediums. I think. Okay, maybe we do, but not here. 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters the shed of respect you may have earned yourself in this country. But that was...
I'll call it a bloody disgrace. Treachery is what it is.
I'll determine whether the blood on the overcoat 2 months ago was too sold or not. Even the stereoscope couldn't answer that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we used Mr. Shomes' specially formulated...
Mr. Shomes is a detective, not a chemist.
I would put much faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer.
I held out Polinsky to a starving boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Shomes is barely more of a figment of the public's imagination, and his name carries no weight in this courtroom.
No weight at all.
How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. That proves my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witnesses said, the accused's coat was splattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw that happen. In other words, his testimony is solid. The conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Ah!
My lord!
It's been a long battle, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman?
It is as... This moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision.
Ready, men? All at once now. Sir!
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty.
Well, it would appear that ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has considerably failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Is any attempt that you may have to at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally unsuccessful? I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling so fast?
How very distressing to be held in such low esteem.
To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, is this...
You deliver this report right now. That'll be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. The scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. The human mind. Am I going mad?
Detect is Hosonaga, isn't it? Oh my, okay, never mind. It's Sherlock.
Mr. Shomes! What is the meaning of this?
What the fuck, Shomes? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. Well, as it should... well, as I would be. If not for the set upon a certain errand. What errand?
Hurley, is it really you? You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you'll please humor me.
What is the matter, sir?
I have something of great importance that I wish to give the young lawyer here. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zykes? The trial has taken many hours of the court's time and many more of mine. Having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to waste any more precious time. I was saying, having spent so long already, it would be churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Very well then, counsel. 5 minutes.
My dear fellows, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Shomes, are you all right now? All right? I was never wrong. Sorry? I only managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I do fear that I may prove too much for me. Please forgive me if I pass out. Oh, let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine is really just a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, as an oversight on my part. Right, modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A Lavender Fukushiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. Miss Susato. If possible, matters would be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't you would find yourself in a considerable peril. In that very moment of crisis, you were given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. By leaving a present from Susato-san, whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made. Ah.
Oh, I see. That's how she found out the book's name. She used it to sneak in.
Meow. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cattle flappic. Flapomat. It can make a cat flap for any furry friend like Waggly in seconds. Susie up to?
Susato muttered the following words just before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like... Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Damn. So she snuck in... What did she mean by that, Mr. Holmes? Shomes. That night, when you left Windybanks to pursue the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow? No. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? I'm drunk. And angry. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. I'm grateful for you to afford us this brief recess, Mr. Reaper. No thanks needed, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leaning. No doubt my learned friends will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. One wrong move and the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Time to think. Our place. Ooh, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through anything.
They're good, aren't they? They made for special alloy that I've developed for just this job.
Cutting rotates 10 times per second, so I can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there?
Oh, they're for attaching to the hinges of a door, section of a door, so that gets cut out.
Ah, of course.
Nothing can match the machine for power. It makes mincemeat of even toughest doors.
Sounds so charming and friendly when you say that, but it feels like the reality of the Capo Flat is that it's a grim weapon for mass destruction.
Wagahai is so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
I have a feeling they won't allow the further cross-examination. I specifically think that they won't allow the cross-examination because they've already got the guilty verdict, the guilty from the jury. Now it's come to this. My only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What did Mr... right. I mean, I already came to that conclusion, though, that if asking for further cross-examination is pointless, because the jury's already decided. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine any witnesses now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, or rather the continuation of the one existing witness. What? It would appear that your rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. They paused the cross-examination. They didn't end it. Your Lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. No objections?
No, I do not.
So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume the cross-examination of Mr. Gradion,
the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd!
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I will decide to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement of the witness testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your arguments against it.
No chance to present evidence.
In following that, the situation remains unchanged. I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Was generous. It's generous.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time that I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. See ya!
Fucking... Mr. Shomes!
To stand so cantidly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man while he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Shomes down, or Iris. I won't waste the final chance Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Well then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume your cross-examination.
Whilst these ruffians were jostling with the joker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. The bank threw over the counter a sharp pain in my hand. I pursued the men, but he shoved himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole through the door. accused in the black coat shot the man who was trying to flee back to safety. I saw the blood-covered splattered all over the wretched girl. The annoying thing is that there's two statements here. One about the people there.
Objection.
Okay.
What on earth is that erratic contraption, Council?
Ooh, it's my cattle flappo-mat. My lord, it makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. A device for creating so-called cat flaps. A small door for cats to come and go as they please. Okay. A small door for cats to come and go as they please without their owner having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all figure that out ourselves.
But that cat lover's contraption has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flat in the broker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described the function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, and practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we had arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork of the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Shomes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at that time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the inside the locked room.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. That was my testimony. How could I have witnessed the crime for pity? How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake?
Yes, how could you?
What?
Counsel?
Hardly say what you mean.
Right? This is the time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean to say is, my lord, my assistant made the peephole in the storage room door until such a time as she did. And until the time she did, the door had no hole to look through.
What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Do you keep... You're really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of his actions? This is the most serious crime of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was only a few minutes after I left the scene in order to pursue the Sulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to be incriminate the defendant, and is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storage room door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the black. In the back.
However, at the time of the incident, the people does not yet exist in that door. There's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Yeah! Order! 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 Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly! There's some kind of trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe anything that could cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, it's designed to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a minute. For even a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Maggie, Chewie, time for dinner.
Of course. Meow.
Well? Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap out of in the oak panelings of the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom at Windybanks was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps on my cat flapper mat create all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windybanks are the exact match. Ha! Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your eastern home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let's just assume that the people has the dimensions that's a perfect fit for this contraption. If that's the case, when the people was cut, the prosecution demands a proof of your answer. Come here. We can prove that she did it even before not before.
Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to that fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove that when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than baseless accusation. Come on already.
Indeed it's so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Bruno. It's time for you to create your own opening and force your way through.
Many women have told me that. I'm not going to say that, though. In front of a 10-year-old, for God's sakes. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well, counsel for defense will present the evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the people in the Windy Bank was created after the event, not before.
Oh, something you'd never really realize until it really gets popped into your face.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and had made sure that I had necessary proof.
And the necessary proofs is the photographic print council?
This print shows a scene at the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a weapon in defense of the brokers.
But there's more to the point.
It pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let's see that print again.
I don't believe it. It's really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It is devoid of a peephole of any description.
Ah!
Mr. Graydon. Fuck. You can't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. But everyone came back.
Order! 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 I'm satisfied with the defense's substantiation of its claim beyond all reasonable doubts. This witness's testimony is entirely fallacious.
That is not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly...
Good lord, is there still more, Lord Wanzix?
The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But there's no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat store after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? Hurley always says. One lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been the line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you've told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
He shouldn't have known that the coat was bloodied up. This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris is right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
Point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's that the nature of the lie that you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Let me ask you a simple question.
How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew that of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom? room. What? Well, obviously, I... Ah! Ah! Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch 2 burglars. Scotland Yard investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police has been at Windy Bank consistently carrying out investigations. Isn't that right, Mr. Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads had thoroughly examined them all. I had to give the orders to have officers working around the clock to give in shifts so that we could get through it all.
And consequently, there was no way that you, Mr. Grayson, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the stored room. So the fact that of the existence forms the basis of the testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Ah! And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Grayson did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Mr. Lord Van Sykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just I really ought to be getting back to the station now that I put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, if it's all the same to you. Permission denied.
Oh? It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of the peephole. Which only means that you must have been informed about it by someone else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize that I trust that the words you've uttered are extremely suspicious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details of this case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering the particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could have been. Wow, I didn't actually expect him to get this shitty of a person. And truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the past few hours. We learned of it during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for the testimony had been made with urgency during the long-hour recess, while the police had executed a subpoena to brought this man here to the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting until that time he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was at the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against accusations that he was the third intruder. Are you suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of that investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is blooming outrage! Why would I be giving away details of an investigation with this fella, eh? I was summoned by his lordship's chambers during the recess of this case. Have you forgotten that?
By true, I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired in the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed. Since then, they've been full aware of the sand, and such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Except they did. We all saw it happen.
Oof, I just remembered something, Rudo. What is it, Irish?
Iris?
There was one more time, but wasn't there? There was one time, wasn't there? I think when Gina was testifying.
Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to receive McGilded's music box to the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it so strange at the time. Grayson, Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some sort of secret discussion. It would have been impossible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential information to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not
remind the inspector that if we found to be true, striking a deal with any of the witnesses would be considered gross case of malfeasance. Whatever.
Well,
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty.
I don't do that.
With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to the baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence that supports this diabolical claim.
Evidence? What are you proposing that the inspector demanding of the witnesses return? The god must see proof of this alleged deal. The one thing that he's been wanting this entire time. And logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for, so it must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes, the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Mr. Gregson...
It's the music box disc, right? Well, saying that he was offering the other one.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides the murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
what? What are you getting at now, sunshine?
It's possible that this other top secret case is what it's alluded to in this newspaper article here. Is the classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
Oh, bloody Nora, could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Bank by Magnus McGilded. A special music box that designed to play two discs at once. It would seem very likely now that the encoded on the pair of discs were in Mr. McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ah!
Order! 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 On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Bank, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever is of Mr. McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, it's mine.
Sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded is taken into evidence now. Scotland Yard has already knew at this time, isn't that right? Magnus McGilded was involved in stealing government secrets. My orders were to recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And to do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. That explains why, when I presented this disc at the evidence court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew what it contained highly confidential information.
No, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't quite sure of it myself. I realised that it's a possibility. That's all.
Spectre, surely you're not saying in order to acquire the second of this music box discs that you indeed revealed confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way Mr. Graydon could have known about the existence of the peephole. The only explanation, a deal was struck between these two men. No! Ah!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached the alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in palm of his hand.
Good gracious.
Then that means you to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person. The defense demands the inspector be searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough.
What?
However, he'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts of my involvement, and I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's got to agree to it.
I presume you're aware of this, of the precipice of which you teeter, my learned student friend. You've made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If the following search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc was found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and the country's government will formally demand yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make inflammatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. Disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel right here.
Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so I ask one final time.
Yes, my lord. Do you still prepared? Insist. I see. I know what happened. He pawned it off onto the lanky dude when he grabbed him for no reason. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps a lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
very well then. Bailiff, conduct the search of...
The defense demands the search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I'm supposed to be... You're supposed to be wanting to search me.
No, sir. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this then? Lost it, have you? Sunshine? You should have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Be quiet.
Be quiet, all of you! Reno's doing what you all told him to do. He's having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Don't be hasty, my lord.
I'm not mistaken, I've seen the court today. I'm fairly certain I know who has the disc at the moment, and there could only be one person who can be.
Who do you want to search now?
I know. That's actually very clever. Okay, I was very low on this trial for a while, but that's clever. Actually having the interrupts between each other actually matter.
Take that!
Oh, of course, my lord. It's Mr. Nash Sulkin.
Well, I never.
Eh? Blimey! Me? Him?
Very well, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard has to object to this search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objection carries no weight here. I think that's what it said. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But, Lord Van Zykes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have little intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah!
Bailiff, carry out a search.
Now, hold on a moment. I ain't done nothing. I ain't done nothing. Cut it out! Ah, Shabanya, here it is, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, is that another music box disc?
Don't know nothing about it. Want nothing.
That is a second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah! Ah!
Order! 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 Mr. Sulkin! What have you got to say for yourself? God damn it! I mean, Gordon Flamin' Bennett!
Look at his friends like, fucking what, dude? I swear I know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, explain what's exactly going on here. The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth does this man have possession of the disc the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd calculating man who rarely loses composure. But one particular point of this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery at night, was there by chance a second disc on your jacket pocket? I had been nothing of the sort. Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Sulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he had it at all. Thought me noggin was gonna clean off it. I did. I was wishing I'd been born.
I was wishing I'd been born a brother. Born as me brother I was.
And exactly what happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, like whistling and all that, like shaking me.
Why in the blazes did he mention the third gun?
Why didn't you mention the third gun when we were down at the station, is what he said. He yelled it down my ear, he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That's when the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself to hide the disc.
Bless my wig, he hid it? You! Well, I'm afraid to fail to comprehend the motives here. If the detective did inquire the disc he was after, the inspector had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth did he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man revealed earlier, his current assignment has some sort of special conditions. My orders were to recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. To do it QT. Quietly, hush-hush. So strictly hush-hush.
Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as I'm aware, this information was stolen from confidential government communications. It would seem that the information were to be revealed in a court as evidence. It would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there's a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does that mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Sulkin in order to get close enough to him. He slipped the disc into his pocket.
So it was all just a pretense?
It was all just pretend?
Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied about in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking of government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of that is this Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of it is all about. What? This is going crazy, dude. But what about you, Inspector Gregson?
Do you admit to be making deals with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire that disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare that this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. So, as a member of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that the justice will be guiding light when you're making your decision.
It's quite a quandary indeed. Rare ever encountered such extraordinary tumulus in conducting a trial. Remember this. In the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter of the juries to the final leaning.
Well now, as a fervent follower of the servant of the Queen of the country, I must sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he is a dependable man. I'm quite sure in service of one becomes good judge of character.
Hey, then crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is a skilled operator. Stop. Currently in the presence of an idol. Stop!
Detective has very much trusting eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I believe it. The 6 jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson. They're going to declare the decision now? Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, they're going to lose. If it's some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole the government secrets. Or evidence that Gregson forced Gregson to admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Fine then. You know what? I can prove it. I can force Gregson to admit it. I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice, Reno. We have to throw evidence at them.
Is it now? Comes down to this. Gregson or Grayson? Pretty sure it's Gregson. We can force him to admit it. Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I'd like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with a witness here today, then you'll leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. I'm going to have to force this hand here. The final piece of evidence to get the evidence to admit that the deal was clearly struck with Gregson.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilden's particular music box, Counsel?
Yes, a disc that was already in place, ready to play. I think it perhaps is a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. With the other disc. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered it's set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Counsel.
Hold it! No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not?
Because it's got nothing to do with the case, that's why.
Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier in this music box were part of the Morse code message. And we now know the Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have the chance to confirm that theory.
Crying out loud, sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit to the charge? That's that in order to protect the state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with a witness.
You're mad. You let the secrets information out into the public domain?
You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked a confidential case details to a witness. that you continue to lie in court, and because of by all fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Wow, fucking hell, dude. I'm getting wasted on that. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds of that made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
No. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor, not a Scotland Yard puppet. Ah. In this courtroom, my duty is the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No! Very well. Defense stance here is that the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, we will now listen to the music box set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, both discs will be playing simultaneously. Oh god, that actually feels good though.
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code!
Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut the blooming box up! My little rat. I pet it. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential details, case details, in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storage room door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's exactly as the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst! You there? You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker of the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me in this very moment. So how about a trade? Suggest you accept all the information that may certain individual uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstance. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storage room door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongfully accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. And yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, and the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape the convictions of your very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third murderer. The third intruder, sorry. Spoke a little out of turn. You are this third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in the question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank.
You! Traitor! Oh, God. Okay. He's got a guy by the neck, and he's probably going to pull out a gun or something, right?
Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums, they're vile places. It was a curse from birth, born into poverty and sons of a penniless artisan. My father did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was ever spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try and sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with the more money than anyone could have lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with a queer talent. You're a fiend with a queer talent. So you are. You have money to throw away if you're interested. I've money to throw away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
I was to steal the minister's telegraphic message logs, and Mr. McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for the inspections of the ministry's communication office, it was a simple enough task. To lure out the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb.
But you surely must have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using this music box, my father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He once made a music box he was once a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient in creating a machine that would generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I'd left the slums 10 years ago. Jesus, dude.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man than the one in my journey. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it did me. I was sure that he wouldn't help if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musical friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought a score with me. There's two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I had any work than this, though.
Fetch me my tools, will you? They're in the loft.
That's how I made him make those two discs. Thereby splitting information in two, you were making considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It was meant... it meant that I could deal with Magnus McGilded in 2 separate transitions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with Magnus McGilded for 10 Guinness. Then, on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 Guinness. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. I sold the man's information that way a number of times already. But it seems like he'd become reluctant to part with his money.
That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on that omnibus 2 months ago was your father, Mr. Miltonton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 Guinness after my first complete dealings with Mr. McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I'd been involved with something dubious, and when he did, he said to me,
"Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore."
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb onto the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. I had no idea what was actually on the discs. He had no idea what was actually on the discs that I had asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then when I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge! Revenge? Oh, so he's the one who killed McGilded. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all of his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with. Evidence was fixed. The witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago, the farce was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into a hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city who are willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that I think you have the picture now? After he twisted everything in his favor in that courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic incident following the trial 2 months ago was planned and executed by yourself truly. By yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you follow me to the courtroom.
What is it, officer? 'Tis sooner than I would led to believe.
It's not all inconvenient, sir. There was some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to be examining the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
Wow.
So the policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate that trial. He paid people to alterate that omnibus with all manners of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie their testimony. I gave that man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was drowned in Partherin, one of my sham policemen ushered Mr. McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way trip journey to hell. Fuck. An eye for an eye. That is how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes. I should think it obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Miss McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of the man's trial 2 months ago. But clearly it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at this now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, here's promised. 10 Guinness for you, my young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery? Ah, it is a pawnbrokery ticket. It is. So you can use it to redeem the article I've disposed there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and give the fiend a watchword. I'll put the jewel in the pawn for you. It'd fetch a good 10 Guinness if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in such a way before. Have you not, Mr. Gaydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one has a very extremely secure vault.
Jesus, this guy really was a piece of whack, wasn't he? McGilded.
So I knew that he'd taken steps to hide the disc. It would be it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night that he killed my father, he must have entrusted this ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. When we first met, you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know what you were looking for? For the trial, the pickpocket's testimony was clearly particular. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another one of Miss McGilded's pawns, and that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion that the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. Oh my goodness. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybank to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box was the second disc, with the second disc inside was missing because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing. We picked up the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you recovered so fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellas' possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. Fuck. We had full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it quiet as we could. I'm getting this done by today.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still in there in the shop somewhere. So I knew it was a race against time. I had to find the articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place at the same night? With the help of your old friends, the Skulking Brothers. What happened that night at the pawnbrokery? I can only describe it as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box and sold it. I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the fortificated articles. The second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket, and it was a deep sigh of relief. But then, something utterly unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
Gunshot rang out of the shop. I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intention to fire his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately, both of us, the bullet hit home. It stuck him in the middle of the back and he fell through the storage room door and for refuge. I'm sorry. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. That's the whole story. That's everything that happened at the Windy Bank on that wretched night. Guilty.
Well, we have to go by the jury's rule. Sorry.
Earlier you called Mr. McGilded a monster. A man who has used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for a crime of murder. What a tragic irony. For what you have done, it's exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have.
Damn. Actually, that's pretty good ending, I think. The end has really brought this trial back up from the lows that it started at.
Well, it's been a long, exhausting trial. However, it would seem that we've last arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Gray done?
He's been retained, my lord. He's been escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with murder of Mr. Windbank and stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
It transpires that you are complicit in helping a criminal escape justice.
That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ah, yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Gary Deb Squadron ready, standing by. Sir, it's ready now. Last push, the final call, the final finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
I think that thing could, like, actually break off of its metal hinge and just smack the judge in the head.
That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, we finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I wasn't sure if we'd come out on top while we were there. For a while there.
Susie was right, you're the best lawyer in the world!
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there's certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less,
I don't know why I lost his voice.
2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to this trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter the Winterbank pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilded's coat in your cell the other day or nothing.
Ah, and just like when we were getting excited about throwing a party with Ginny this evening.
Turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played along with the music box discs contained a message of Morse code was, well, it was quite certainly the most unexpected revelation of counsel.
Don't give him credit. It's not fair. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud our learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding the government's secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Huh? But very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something to that point. What's that?
It seems, the sound produced by the music box before, I do wonder, it's really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, ma'am?
Oh, well, it's just a really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So, when the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes, in fact.
Goodness, ma'am, it's an unhealthy obsession one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sound produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. Meaningless series of different tones.
What? Can it really be? It wasn't Morse code after all. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? The disc contains ministerial secret, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government's communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Dr. Grayson. Now that man has admitted his crime, we have no need to pursue the case further. But it's really going to bother me. But someone does have the disc. A replica, rather.
Mr. Stroud.
Yeah? Me, my lord?
That which you have been seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury. A grim catalogue of depravity.
Appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never grimacing in my gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
Now, with regards to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street,
I hereby declare the defendant of Miss Gina Lestrade not guilty.
Let the fireworks commence! And also don't mention that guy at all. Let's not bring that guy up at all. Oh, nice. That's actually cute. Aw. Had our own firework ready.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Hello. So awkward, isn't it? Fucking time to get wasted again. You beat me the fucking third time, dude. On a personal note, I must say that you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to malice and festered within Englishmen. And at the same time, you saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in this courtroom. You did? When I encountered you the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look through the eyes of the man I once knew, to try and understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of a Japanese. I can't remember ever saying that. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer whether you like it or not. Alright, I'll wait for that day if I must. Sequel baiting. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and the retirement of my service 5 years ago, has caused me to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. I got a sword. Yep, so that's clearly indicating that the next 5 cases from the next game, basically, what it is going to be focused more about those unanswered questions. It's done. It's over at last. Almost hitting the 9th fucking hour point. But where is Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said you did. You did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end, as your odd You're as odd as your name.
What's that about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one has before, you see. Kept a promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I've had a taste of that during the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. The betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise of learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you that you're right, it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
Well, I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, nice.
Alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Renosuke. The defense lawyer is as good as this faith in his client. And when it comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I feel like I understand what you meant. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. What the deuce does this man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said that finally, when you finally noticed me. But you of all people and your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Shomes. It was me all along. You see? God, Jesus Christ, Shomes. I'd assume that you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctors who were attending to me. I merely made my knowledge to them known as a man who's happily issued me the leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That is a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless effort justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you.
Huh. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you were giving a snooze in your nice bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose some substantial amount of blood. It's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold, perhaps not cold as ice, but, well, have a feel! Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Shomes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why are you so half-hearted? Well, naturally, isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in this trial is a peculiar prosecutor. Seems quite a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Shomes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Is anyone found guilty in the trial he's working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? Very point I was trying to make? as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit of like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people like me are like on the inside, right? He won't have a wrong end of this. He won't have the wrong end of the stick. There's some govs that like that blot trotter who's rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs. I'm upstairs making sure that they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Fine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper is taking matters into his own hand and claiming lives of another. Well, I ain't like McGilded's out of this world. So I ain't scared of... I got principles, see? A trait in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi! Give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal is most very welcome news indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologise. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I've been a penchant of disguise. I've disguised myself in this room to get dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine it, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. Beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to lead you to trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at me like I'm going nowhere for a what? I'm be going nowhere for a while. You had the judge's platter. I've got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the blotter's stuff without... What is his lag, blah, blah, blah. I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence. But diving in an offence is a job, innit?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you did start off as a lawyer, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something different. I was gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. What is it? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Alright. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Odo?
Yes? Great. Ah! What
What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade?
Huh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. That's good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well,
Thanks, Otto.
aw.
Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Ah, that's a nice end to that. We've got the final finale here. Oh, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite an indomitable pig purse. Huh.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought the papers from outside. A special edition, and the China's all over the front page. Pickpockets innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have known it. You should have known it. Shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no! How silly of me. Oh, but anyway. Would you like some good news for the bad news?
Oh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Reno, honey?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have intention of listening to anything but good news.
There you go, have it. How people answer the question is a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, let's start with good news this time. The rain stopped. The rain has finally stopped. The record level is down. Level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that's good news indeed. We can journey back to the great comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed for a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to this station immediately, you may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely. You won't be lucky. What do you think I am? Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Shomes? I rushed to Victoria's stand earlier than made arrangements for the special express. Now, if we hurry now, we'll be able to make it in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport director foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to man, and he happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? The London Victoria!
'18th of April, 5:30 in the morning. Jesus Christ, this is late. To have a quarry side. That took some rather longer than expected.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look! Look, she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here?
I came as soon as I could after the trial. I mean, we heard that the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you know? You see?
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
wonderful. Really wonderful news.
She's gonna get in trouble if she stays here too long. The book you were about to throw into the sea. That was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to the law. You, Susato-san? Would it be correct in assuming that it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did was utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Shomes have invited Gina to stay, if you remember. Oh yes, it was a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Rudo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. It's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You've noticed it for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun if I could take that cat flap-o mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I forgot about it until later. I found it myself in Winterbank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then... Ah! Mr. Shomes! Mr. Shomes!
Leave me, Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think the door started to play a trick on my mind. The storeroom door,
you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized that it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve began to spring to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
Oh, didn't mean to do that. So you use the cap flappo mat to make a peephole in the door.
You captured the photographic print of the shop, as captured in the photographic print of the shop. The one by Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, and the information would have proved to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. So, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole of that door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts stirred through my mind. I remembered that the trial was 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought how he manipulated the evidence, arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Before the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank, even though I was sure she'd never done such a thing. I was worried that the true culprit...
You were worried the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
Yes, that's right. But then I realized it would have been very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in that case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind a door of the locked room. For someone to have claimed falsely that to have witnessed it, there would have had to been a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which a peephole would have to be a thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed. The criminal would know that, or it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a Raja ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know. And I knew for a time that what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Shomes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner...
Oh, jeez, what's happening with my thumb here? I'll figure that out later.
Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner and had no possible means of escape. The truth of the people should save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything.
But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You would have been disbarred if you had been seen to knowingly tamper with a scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato?
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon was the one who lied in the witness stand, using a peephole as his way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful for Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some loose ends in that trial will still continue to play on my mind, though, I'm sure.
But the revelation of the music box disconnected to the secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm in full admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer during the jury members, you see, and a telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would suspect. After all, we're talking about the secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher?
I see. So then we could never have really hoped to understand what the message really was anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero pipe problem, I assure you. What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you say? I said asagi. Does that word mean anything to you?
Means something. Asagi was the name of my best friend.
What? What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was being played on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh.
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. there's more than one Morse code, not the English variety. Various countries have them around the world. I have altered and added to the Morse code to use it in their own language.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen the chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
You mean to say that Japanese Morse code, the message says Asagi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Miss Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then, might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course.
But this can't possibly mean... Whatever is the long sentence is supposedly meaningless dashes and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato's face. There's no doubt about this message being written in English Morse code. In Japanese Morse code. So the British Emperor has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but this message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is K. Asagi. Kazuma Asagi. Why is his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gurigusan. Gregson? Gregson? Ah, it would appear that Tiberius Gregson is the 3rd man on this list. What does his name have to doing on a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mrs. Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
Is it John Wilson? The last name is J. Wilson. Yep.
What? Wilson? John H. Wilson, you mean Daddy? It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That is what the end of the message, or rather, the end of what was noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs can say Japanese Morse code? Not to mention, the list of names is so disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication between the Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Reno come from? Oh, well. No. It's not very likely, is it? I mean, there's thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There's a lot of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, studying Professor of Medicine at Imperial Yumi University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, I'm solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today. I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps this dark cave that we shouldn't be wandering inside.
Honk. Honk honk.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on the same ship, first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change to a larger passenger vessel bound to Japan. Really going then, Susie?
I wish you safe travel, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Susato, I hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, don't forget. Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah.
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. It's a promise. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Bruya. When I was dragged out of that wardrobe, I still half asleep. That wasn't the first time. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together while we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's greatest legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I am sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Goodbye, Susato.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Aw.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
It's totally playing Titanic music. Like an arsehole he is. Oh, that was nice. That was a good ending to the best game. I say that. It's not really ended yet, has it? Ah, credits. Oh.
Ah, yes! Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Shomes? I have some rather awkward news. The Rainway Company has decided to sue over the special express train recently. Apparently. Huh?
It's 'cause it caused such a commotion on the line. All of the trains have to wait at the stations.
But really, we would have never made it in Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything. And how is all was your fault. What? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But do not worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really did look like the man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Shomes. Yes?
A word, if you wouldn't mind.
Certainly, any word you'd like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Runo's words. I know just the one he wants to use here.
Then, I really must say objection! Fuck. Ah. What a game. Granted, we haven't completed the other half. Are we going to get a credit scroll of all the characters? With where they are and how they're doing? We are! In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes have arrived at Basin Street from all over Europe. Something is afoot. Though it might have transpired that I ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale and used the Mr. Sherlock's to solve an important case. And the money just we've earned? Consulting detectives' work pays the pittance by comparison. Motherfucker. I do like the main characters of this game, I'll say that much.
I haven't slept a wink. The manuscript is due tomorrow. But when I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an understatement. He's dried toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Oh.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Where is the Vercomicon and the rare states themselves? Well, I don't know, sir. No, sir, father is an innocent man. Are you calling me a liar, sir?
Witness, my courtroom is not a place for your petty arguments.
It's been a while since I did that voice. Jesus. I'm saying that voice. Those voices. Having delivered Russia's dancers to the shore of Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagakai offering refuge in my pocket. A man brings kittens aboard and suddenly he's the ardent criminal. It's not fair.
I like that. That's actually really nice. They all actually kind of interact with each other. Scientific investigations will be the gold standard for the policing of a new age. I dream of a world governed by tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, and hundreds of parts meshed together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds to make until my next appointment. Probably should have done his voice a bit deeper. My next appointment. Latest Randus magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whatever I say, that one line she wrote down now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame. I really don't like that half of you, Gregson. I really don't.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has been wonders on the dicky leg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Wade's got us taped up, as I say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize I'm a man of the house is his own maid. The woman of the house is his own the man's own maid.
He was an alright guy. Bit of a dick in the last case there as a juror.
O'Reilly is back on the streets again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I like more these days than hunting out small change from the gutter. That's better than Bobby now, looking out for Landers and the drop time pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowley.
These two were nice. They're actually like nice witnesses. I like the story they had. And also the fact that they clearly don't have the highest class, but they're still like happy with what their lives.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes by every day for that matter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going about their cases what Shomes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting. When I get into them.
Ah, so she's gonna try and become a detective, maybe. I'd love that. She'd be fucking awesome. She's honestly one of my favorite characters from the game. I just like her. She's got a great design to her. Yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose the life of a sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please.
Give all the above.
Hey, don't ash me now.
We got time here to plan the comeback of Millertons and Skelton's milks. Plague.
The Three Musketeers Watsits. The milk in neighborhoods at all to its worth. Of course, these three get back together. Dude's gonna get executed, by the way, so might not want to work too grand at that. Dude should be pretty much on the block of execution. I'm fairly certain.
This 6 past months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that that's what life's all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Aw. So sad to say, she really is way better than a lot of the other assistants in the games. Better than Trucy is difficult to say, because I always loved Trucy. But oh, that's a nice picture too. Oh. Man. What a good ending. That does make me feel a little fluffy inside. Another credit sequence. Oh. Gonna have to sit through this, but if there's no dialogue being spoken, I'm gonna go ahead and talk about my thoughts of this. This trial specifically, I had probably my biggest problems with this. Out of all of the trials, this one caused me the most problems. Or most anguish, rather. That was probably... It could have been that my mind was playing upon itself. But I do feel like the game actively fucked with me when it really shouldn't have. Multiple statements that could have been... that clearly said the same thing. Multiple evidences that said the same thing. It's just... it's bad. It's not great to do that, right? I never feel good when any of the Ace Attorneys do that. And it's done it before. So... I can say that the ending of it, like the end portion of it, was actually really good, because I didn't see the Morse code thing coming out until I noticed when I heard the music box. It does feel annoying when like I pick up on something extremely quickly, but then the game has to spend 20 minutes elongating itself with the characters going, I've been defeated. What more could I possibly do to continue this? Like, I understand that it's necessary to show how bleak times become for them. I liked her too. She was a fun character. I liked the story of how she became a murderer by accident. And she feels shame still. But I was talking about Oh, God, I think I've been blown out my train of thought there. Oh, and here these two. It's going to carry on, though. That's only the two first cases. But, yeah. So this trial... Yeah, I was blown away by the music box reveal of the Morse code. But, yeah. Okay, I was talking about when the game... You figure something out, but the game elongates its time between the game character figuring it out and you knowing it. Because I had a lot of the reveals on this trial down straight away. I knew that the blood on the thing, on the metal disc, would come into play of, like, showing that Eggs Benedict was his name at the time, was at the scene and most likely going to be considered the culprit. I understood the music box as a message by telegram. Like, I knew all of that, right? Like, I noticed these things as soon as they occur, but annoyingly, the game really needs Naruhodo to, like, really struggle against himself while trying to figure all of that out. I do like this credit sequence, by the way. It's very nice. But still, trying to figure out what's happening is the point of the game, right? That's why it can be a bit annoying when you figure out what's exactly happening and the game just really makes you waste your time trying to just carry on with that. Regardless, I still like the way that was written. I still like the characters. The main characters are really good. I think I did say Gina is probably my favorite in design aspects and her story and her motivations and everything. It just felt nice to get to see her on the screen all the time. The Baron, the prosecution. Be honest with you, I didn't like him. He was very eccentric, and I thought it was funny the first few times, but every time he grabbed his goddamn chalice and then just fucking, like, it took about 5 seconds every time he grabbed his chalice, and I knew exactly what he was doing. I knew every time, and yet it still wasted that time of him doing his over-the-top dramatic actions. I just never thought it was all that funny. Truth be told, I just thought it was just boring, and a lot of the time, he just felt like he got away with bullshit that was so obviously not right and would have obviously been thrown away if Naruhodo would have said it. But that's, like, I always try to pit him against other prosecutors. He's better than Shadamadi from Spirits of Justice. He's better than let me think of the prosecutors. He's better than, obviously, the Pains. All of the Pains. Blackwell, maybe. Blackwell, really, all he did was just threaten the judge over and over again. That's a nice picture, too. He was not better than Francesca or Edgeworth. Definitely not Edgeworth. Von Karma? Probably not. Von Karma was still, like, for what short time you got him, he was really, like, just imposing. Godot. I have opinions of Godot, being that he's not really all that great as everyone else seems to make him out to be. So I think he's better than Godot. But that's about it. Actually, no, he's worse than Godot. Never mind. He got away with too much bullshit. Anyway, hitting almost 9.5 hours. The first part of this game has been done, and I'm going to be putting this game on hold until I feel ready to start it up again. Obviously, the game left a lot of questions about various characters showing up. That whole ending thing with the 4 names appearing on in the music box message. 3 of them, I believe. Ones that I don't know if the last one. Yeah, no, all three of them out of 4 were ones that we knew about. But in the end, that trial is probably going to get a 7. I had a 6. Those like outbursts were just too much. I found myself getting angrier with this trial so much at the beginning that it took the wind out of my sails. It thankfully picked up at the end, so that's why it's not below mid. It's not below mid, but it's definitely not better than any of the other trials. It's good-ish, but yeah. I mean, the characters that we dealt with were, again, just... They're all right, but they weren't, like, super funny or interesting. And, I mean, Lestrade is great, but she was already in another case as well, and I already liked her there as well. So, eh. And she wasn't really too pivotal to this. She didn't show up as much as I'd like. So, I can't remember exactly the rundown of the first 5 cases. I would have liked to do like a tier list, but for the time being, however, I think I'm going to hold off on that. Until I complete the entirety of the game, just so I don't get spoiled on certain things, because I know that this game is going to loop questions into the next one, and if I find something out, it's going to instantly ruin everything. It could ruin everything, that I should say. It could. Anyway, Greatest Attorney is pretty good. I'll say that much. I had fun with this. The only problems I had were mainly minuscule ones that ultimately didn't stop me from enjoying the game. That last trial did have... It got closer than any of the other trials, but that should say something. All the trials were alright to good, to great even. And that's that. I was never really surprised, I should say. That's one of the main things. If I'm ever surprised by like the music box part, I was surprised with that, but only for like a minuscule part, right? Like, the music box is how they sent messages. I mean, it is a good surprise. So ultimately, I was surprised by the music box and a few other things, but ultimately the game was very simple to me. It didn't really, the mystery wasn't super complex or difficult. I didn't feel like I was just rooting through evidence constantly trying to find like the minuscule thing that I need to find out. And sometimes the game mechanics got a bit confusing at what it wanted from me. But regardless, the game is good. Alright. Thank you for watching. Thank you for possibly watching this entire series if you've gotten to this point. We'll be continuing this another time. I can't say when. Maybe when I get bored of playing other games for this time slot. Tomorrow is for Persona 5, and with that, goodbye, farewell.